What's going on, YouTube? So I see Edward Anderson right here says hopefully he will make those interviews a regular part of the channel. Yes, like I said, I have my microphones here. Even has that new smell to it still because I haven't used them. But I bought the adapter this morning to go to my camera, and so I'll go out this weekend uh, to a different mall probably or a different area, walking strip, where I can do some better interviews because the quality will be better. uh, so today, today we have something that I wanted to bring, which was first of all, like the video, but what I wanted to bring to you guys today was a panel because I seen somebody else do it, but they don't have the same message. So I was like, let's do a panel of American women uh, talking about similar topics that we talked about in the interview video I just posted this morning, and I'll answer that question in a second, and what they think about the passport bros. And these are women that have been on my Facebook, Instagram, and some of them are just random. That I have caught strongly disagreeing, calling me all sorts of names, misogynist, all these names. These are women I found doing that. And guess what? There was a total, I invited maybe 20 women. But I got down to 4 that actually responded. This is what I'm talking about in the dating game. I'm not even trying to date them. This is just pure communication amongst American women. 20 invites, 4 responded. The majority of them either didn't open or left on red. And then, guess what? Out of the 4 that responded, 1 said she would show up today. Because I reassured myself at all 4 of them right before the live. Only 1 said she would show up today. And that was like 30 minutes ago. And she's not here yet. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She's not here yet. And she has a man. The one that said that she would, that did confirm right before, she has a man. The other one's a single. I would like to reach out again. But this is what you deal with. Now, let's say nobody at all shows up. I have a list of topics that I will talk about. Or we can just go on with regular disagreement day. What do you guys want to do? You want to talk about some more topics or go on regular disagreement day? But I invited American women to. The chat is slowed down because you guys always ask for the chat to be slowed. And yeah, that's why I did that. I can speed it up a bit though. Let me do that because it's not a. But yeah, so let's keep this in mind. We invited American women to come and speak their mind and give some input, and then they don't show up, but they agreed to show up, so they flake. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what you people think I'm making it up, and that's what it is. Now here's another thing. What would the numbers be if it was Brazilian women? So far, out of the 2 interviews that I've done with Brazilian women, I have invited, or I have had 3 Brazilian women that have agreed to come on. 2 of them showed up, but the one that did not show up lives on U.S. soil, meaning that she's Americanized, meaning that ghosting was just part of the culture that she has joined by coming to the United States. So yeah, just know that even when it comes to not dating American women, you get ghosted. You get ghosted for a fucking interview. But why am I surprised? Somebody asked me what type of pistol do I carry. Just know I carry a pistol. I've been carrying a pistol for a long time. But we're not gonna get into that. I'm a Texan. You got to carry a pistol. The ones who left you on red, they gain some sort of form of power from doing that. Yes, they get power from doing that. Hopefully they came up. I told them that they would cam up. What topics do I have for today? Let's see, because I wrote them down. I had a Glock 19 before. I'm not from Dallas. I'm from Fort Worth, but I do live in Dallas. Not for much longer. Yeah, they're flaky. They're flaky. This is just proof that they're flaky. Yeah. Once they get in the United States, I don't care what country they're from, the flake becomes natural. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed the interview, those interview videos. That video had like 8,000 views in 2 hours. So a lot of people like that. So those will keep coming. Thank you. I do keep my haircut. I keep my haircut often. I even redid it just for this interview. And this is how it feels to be an American man. You get your haircut, you get dressed, and then guess what? You do the interview, you get dressed and all that, and then they don't show up. Get your passport. I'm muted. What do you mean? You shouldn't be muted. Appreciate that super chat as well. Hey, young world explorer, passport bros are not wrong about American women, just incomplete. They are good. There are good women here, but their people picker sucks. Absolutely, the best women, apparently. But we'll change this topic to about men today. If they don't show up, but somebody did just message me. But hey, if you guys want to see a smoke show, I'll just talk. If they don't show up, I'll just talk. And okay. Well, at least this one right here, she's not canceling. She says that she had an emergency and she should be free in 20 minutes. But guess what? She says she has a relationship. So that goes to show you. That goes to show you what effort gets you. But the rest of them, nothing to hear. Yeah, it might be Cap. Who knows? Who knows? And yet, Ringo say you crazy for going overseas. SMH. Absolutely. You get flaked on. But you know what the fuck they're gonna say? Oh, Auston, you got flaked on because you didn't have game. I guess I didn't have enough game to get him on the interview. Now, somebody says you were aggressive. I was passive aggressive. No. In the interviews that I did in the mall. No. I asked them very basic questions, and they gave me very jump around the Mayberry bush. I don't know how to answer these questions, or I don't want to give you the answer that I really mean answers. No, that was not my fault. Where are these chicks from in the US? They're all from Texas. Maybe one of them isn't. Yeah, maybe these chicks flaked on me today because I didn't work on myself. Yeah. I'm over the bullshit, seriously. So he says, forget about game, bro. Our game is improvement in being a masculine man. That's why being in the US isn't cutting it. These women want a unicorn. So let's talk about masculine men today. While we're waiting, she said 20 minutes. So we're gonna give her 20 minutes because she's all we got until somebody else decides to call in with a disagreement. The man, the myth, just jumped over the Facebook group. From the Facebook group, hit the like button, everyone. I appreciate that. I think you just put that on the Facebook group too. I appreciate that super chat. Yeah, we're gonna be civil, and we're gonna let these American women, express themselves. You guys know I don't disrespect these women when they come in here; they disrespect themselves. So I had wrote down some stuff. Let me get my wake up in. I'm gonna go to the gym after this. I know y'all don't want me drinking these, but I got it. Yeah, that was what 3 minutes ago when I said that about her taking 20 minutes. That means that was at 7 minutes into the stream. So we'll give her until the stream reaches 27 minutes. No, I did not see the new law to implement. So let's talk about why it's important for men to hang around other masculine men. Yeah, if I had a mouthpiece, if I would just hung around a masculine men that would have gave me a mouthpiece, they wouldn't have flaked. So I'm gonna tell y'all, a lot of people say that I'm masculine. I think I'm masculine as well. Either they too busy, either they too busy or they got an emergency. Yeah, that's one of them said they had an emergency. One of them said that they were too busy. I just heard both of those. Meanwhile, the chick I've met in Colombia, she's texting me right now. She ain't went nowhere. She just texted me. Get your passport. So I'm gonna tell you guys how I feel like I became masculine. If you don't know, I grew up in the United States. Well, I grew up with a single mother. I had both my parents in my life, but I lived only with my mother. Okay. Women cannot raise men. I mean that. Women cannot raise men. My mother did a great job of raising me, but she could not raise me as a man. Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you where I learned a lot of masculine traits that I've developed too, such as being stoic, which fits into not being emotional, which fits into not being phased, which is part of stoic. My grandfather, it's not a Red Bull. So my dad dropped me off in my grandfather and my grandmother's neighborhood. They lived in the hood in Fort Worth. What slogan? They lived in the hood in Fort Worth. And my dad could realize that maybe Auston wasn't too solid, right? Maybe I was going down a path that just wasn't best for me, and I can agree now that it wasn't. He didn't say this, but I could feel this. So he dropped me off over there with my older brother because my older brother lived with my grandparents, and he left me over there the entire summer. And I was only around men that behaved like how I do now. Now, I mean, they weren't all going down the right path, but still, that wasn't the point. In that time frame, I mean, I've always been the type of person that can pretty much brush off a lot of hurt and not be phased by a lot. In that time frame, I became a lot harder to make angry. It was a lot harder to get me sad. I stopped taking women so seriously. Yeah, I wasn't falling in love too quick after I stopped hanging around my friends over there. Because all you blue pill dudes that fall in love at first sight and all that, I think the problem is you haven't hung around a lot of masculine men. And nobody's taught you that you cannot tell a woman you love her first. In that time frame, I learned all the things I know now. Had I not been dropped off in Fort Worth for those, really it went on for years. It went on from 2012 to 2015. So about 3 years. I hung out over there straight. I mean, I had been to my grandparents' house, but I didn't live. I started to live over there. I didn't go to school, but I was living there. I became a lot more bold. I've always been bold, though, but it became more enhanced being around there. And I'm saying this for you single mothers out there that are keeping your son on a video game in the house. You're going to make that boy be awkward as fuck when he gets to 9th grade. Meanwhile, my brother was telling me how to deal with women and how to, not get so involved emotionally with them. I come back home to my mother, and she's not wrong for doing this, but she's teaching me how to deal with women, how she would want men to deal with her. And we all know that's not right. I've said this before. My mother told me one time that I should cherish a woman. I should treasure her. Sounds good. Do you know what the fuck would have happened to me if I would have listened to that? Do you know what would have happened to me? I probably wouldn't even have went to Brazil. I would have had no problem dealing with women here because I would have thought that chasing behind women and playing all these games. But at the same time, my mother taught me how to not deal with it. She was a little confusing. I would have been a Will Smith. You remember how Will Smith was? He had Jada and he's all like this in the picture. Don't ever do that. Do not do that. Quit putting them on pedestals. Do not do, oh, this is my wife. I mean, yes, this is your wife, but when you get to making it seem like your wife is more important than yourself, you dry those women up. Weight loss and fitness says, does your bro have the passport mindset? He watches all my content. He definitely understands. He agrees, but I don't know how serious he is because I've told him I'd take him, on a trip with me, but I don't know how serious he is. Now, again, I am a suburban kid. Just because I said I was in the hood does not mean I said I got dropped off. And I was molded into being a lot more solid than I already was then. But I grew up in the suburbs, yes. And I know a lot of you American women probably just dried up because I said the word suburb, and I also don't give a fuck. Black women going extinct when all black men leave. Absolutely. I think I made a TikTok video about this already. For everybody, I want to tell you guys a story about the actual first chick. I've never talked about this chick. I'm reading these comments. I want to talk about the first chick that I talked to in Brazil. I went on Instagram whenever I got fed up with the American women last August. I had been fed up on. I was absolutely sure I was leaving in August of 2021. I got on Instagram and I typed in Brazil and went to the hashtag. I went to the hashtag and I found this one chick. I'm not gonna say her name. I already learned my lesson about doing that. I found her. I messaged her. She messaged me right back. It must have been within 5 minutes. Then uh, she messaged me right back. We started talking, and we talked all day that first day. There's a language barrier. I didn't know a lick. I didn't even know. I don't even think at the time I knew how to say hello in Portuguese. And I'm having a more thorough, more substance conversation. A conversation with a lot more substance than I've ever had with an American woman in probably like 2 years at the time. I agree with this, but I'm gonna get back to that. We talked for maybe 2 weeks straight, and I was so appreciative. She can't do shit for me. She's in Brazil, Northeast Brazil. I still haven't seen her to this day. And I appreciate that conversation so much. I thought about how much money I would have spent to go on maybe 1 or 2 days to hang out at a week, hang out by going out the weekend and meet somebody. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna send you some money just because I appreciate the conversation, the effort and cooperation you give me. I don't know why I thought that, but at the moment, I guess it meant so much because you get flaked on, as we see today, so much here that when you do run into some shit, it's mind boggling. So I said, I'm gonna send you $150. The chick sent me a picture back. What do y'all think she sent on the picture when she? What do you think the picture was when I told her that I'm gonna send her $150? Yeah, they didn't show up. She sent me a picture of her crying. Wasn't fake. She sent a picture of her crying. And I was like, shit, what is she crying for? And she was like, well, that's my entire salary for the whole month. When I don't know how true that was because rent in Brazil is not that cheap. Not it's not expensive, but it's not $150. So I don't know what the hell she did for that. I don't know. She had her own spot though, because we talked on video chat. And then I was like, okay, well, yeah, give me you have PayPal or do you have some sort of online banking that I can send you the money? And sir, and she left me on red, and then I hit her up again, and then she left me on red again, and I'm like, why would she do that? I just offered her money, and now she's not responding. And then she came back maybe like the next morning, or it was really late at night, and she was like, I can't take the money because I didn't earn it. I didn't work for it. I don't deserve it. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, you sure you don't want it? No. I'm like, okay. To this day, I still keep in contact with her. And she has not asked me for any money. So that goes to show you, you motherfuckers that say they just want money, shut the fuck up. Uh, Only American black women drive when you mention the suburbs, but women from overseas from the barrio actually get wet. Yes, I can attest to this. Believe it or not, in Brazil, the really attractive women aren't attracted to thugs and bums. If you tell them, like they tell you they do not like dudes from the favelas, they do not want to give their coochie up to a criminal. That's what they have said to me. In the United States, it's almost like you're getting points for doing that. The Black Filipino TV says, Brother Auston, how are you? I left 7 years ago. I'm doing well. Uh, I'm gonna reach back out to your DM. I did see your DM so we can collaborate. Look for a collaboration with me and him very soon. I'm going to be coming to the Philippines very soon. I'm going to Thailand first, but I'll be coming to the Philippines soon. If I get it's serious, it's serious. I get stares from American women, and when you approach, they say they got a boyfriend. Yeah, I did a video about that. It's crazy. Crying and excited. Absolutely. Appreciate that super chat. What happened to the emergency girl? Well, she got about a minute and a half. We'll give her 2 full minutes to show up. Who was Nicole Witherspoon? Auston, if you would have listened to your mother, you would be happily married like Kevin Samuels. Listen to your mother, you will live a long time. You want to call into the show because everybody else flaked. You showed up. It don't matter if they show up or not. I got my own show. I got 372 people in here watching right now. That's people are always gonna watch me. I wanted y'all to have a chance to come with some weak talking points because that's all y'all got is weak talking points. I wanted y'all to come and give me some weak talking points. What's up, Rilla? Is what the Black Filipino TV says. Appreciate that super chat again. Said it twice. Now, let me tell you guys something. Let's do some comparison. What would have happened if you would have offered an American chick $150? You know what would have happened? She would have cussed your ass out because that wasn't enough money. She would have took the money and you probably wouldn't have heard from her again. And then after she cussed you out, she would have said X amount of bills costed $300. You should have gave me more money, and then you won't hear from her again. Remember that video we looked at yesterday? Passport bro's only gonna attack us black women. He won't let me speak. We can go overseas and do the same thing. Okay, let's start this bullshit today. Let's start this. Let's invite this crazy woman because first of all, nobody's even talking about black women. Let's do that. There's the link to call in. Everybody just let her call in. The Black Filipino TV says again, yes, the Filipinos will be all over you. I am very ready for that. I have never really been with an Asian chick, so that I'd love to see that. Appreciate that again. So yeah, the American chicks. Notice I say American. You never hear me say black, but black women seem to be the only ones offended by my content. So the original lady we had that was supposed to call in, she has not still called in. So we gonna say we invited 4 women. We got flaked on 4 times. Let's go ahead and say that. So we dropped the link, and she just said that I'm not giving her a chance to talk. And where's the call at? Where's the call at? We took 4 L's today. Well, I guess it really ain't an L. American black women abroad are normally lonely and ignored. Yes, I told you I seen a black chick on the in Copacabana on the beach crossing the street. And just like that chick said that they would blend in. Oh, she blended in. That means that I couldn't see her. Only reason I saw her was because I ended up a foot away from her. And there wasn't nothing special about her. They can rarely date, not even talking marriage. Black men can easily marry abroad. I was and have loving families. We forget that American black women exist. Oh, yeah. I totally agree. Appreciate that super chat. Stay in the United States. Please. Stay in the United States. Now we're gonna give this other chick 2 minutes to call in. If she doesn't call in, the Black Filipino TV, let's go ahead and do our collaboration now. Appreciate that super chat again. So I did finish the vlog. I'm gonna split it up into four pieces. I'm 5'11". I'm gonna split it up into 4 pieces because it's 2 hours long. So I want to keep my view time high. So I'll probably drop it all. I won't spread that out too far, but I'm gonna put it together. Next time I go out of town, I'm gonna drop them every day. The first day when I get to Thailand, the first day I'm not gonna upload nothing, but that following morning around noon, well, I guess afternoon, I will. So she has not called in yet. So she don't know what the hell she talking about, and she gonna let me get away with saying that because she ain't. I haven't even seen her in the chat. It's a movie, yeah. It's like 30 gigabytes. It was bigger than that. It was like 60 originally. Shit. Western women hate not having control over passport bros. We have the finances and stability they desire from a man when they finally choose to settle down. Absolutely. That's why I say us going overseas is a win. Oh, y'all, she said she's doing her hair. She should have said that. She knew that we were in here waiting for her. Yeah. Because I got something to say to her. I appreciate you not getting on here with a bonnet, though. They didn't show Kevin Samuels no respect. They got on his with a bonnet. But yeah, when we go overseas, women all around the world desire finances and status, stability and status. Women aren't valued for that same thing. So them going overseas, that it doesn't work the same way. If you want to go overseas, you need to be fine as hell. That's all. That's pretty much. Let's leave it there. They say black men are broke, but think they can do the same thing overseas. They'll be the providers. Exactly. Like I said, the average Brazilian man is making $400 a month. We got Reese W right here. He has joined the call list, but he is not on camera. We need you to be on camera. All right, he on camera now. Okay, let's see what he got to say real quick. But yeah, big ups, young brother. I want to go to Thailand soon. Bad, but 36 hours though. Where are you coming from? Because from Dallas, it's 21 hours. It's 21 hours of flying time, 24 hours of traveling time for me. That's petty right there. That's funny though. He said it takes 2 seconds to throw in a wig. Throw in the wig and put it right back on the nightstand. There you have it. No, Outback is banned. He killed the look of the page.
Yo,
what's going on?
What's up, Auston, man? I fuck with you, man. What's going on? I'm Reese.
Nice to meet you. I appreciate it, man.
Man, love the channel, love the content. I just got one question. Is it that bad?
It's that bad in the United States. It's that bad, but it's that good in Brazil.
That's what I have. This is my point, though. I'm being kind of funny, but I'm actually serious. Though, like, is it really that bad, though, Auston, man? Like, for real, man.
They didn't
Like,
even
come
show
on.
up. It's that bad. They didn't even show up.
Right? You right. I ain't gonna lie. You right. You can't even get them to like. It seems like the more you're interested, the less they're interested. You know what I mean? And it's
I'm not
like,
even interested though.
right. But I'm
I
saying you
wanted the
trying to,
debate.
yeah, and that's what makes it bad because they're still conceiving it as he's interested in me, even though you're trying to do professional work. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely bad, man. It's definitely bad. And like I said, them not showing up even proves your point further. But I'm thinking in my head, like, is it really that bad to where I would consider moving to a whole nother country to find the woman of my dreams? You know,
Well,
it's big.
let me tell you why. It started off with women, right? But you get over there and you see financially it's better. You have a being in Brazil will be a cheat code to get rich as opposed to
Okay.
being here. So that's the point of moving to another country versus have you been outside the country yet?
No, I'm scheduled to go to the DR for Halloween though. I'm looking
Okay.
forward to that. Yeah.
So when you come back, you won't be asking that same question.
Is it
Because
that bad?
it's when you see when you don't realize how bad it is until you get back.
Right, but does it feel, this is my main question. I'm glad you're saying this, but like, does it feel transactional or is it like, does it give you that real authentic type of feel though? You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
that's
it's
my main,
authentic.
it's authentic basically.
Authentic.
Like, they would write you if you got sentenced to a 10-year prison bid. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Well,
know.
we know American women are known for sticking through for the dudes that are in prison. We know that. But
Right, but the
I will
American
tell you
woman,
why you're not in jail. I ain't been to jail, so I don't know if they'll do that or not. But I do know outside of jail, they really love you.
right? I hear you. So basically, the you don't know how far or how deep the loyalty could be with a foreign woman. That's what I'm trying to say, basically.
I haven't been to jail, but from what I've seen so far, it's as deep as when I come to their country, they know that I'm fooling with other women. I still don't lack any treatment from the beginning.
Right.
So I'm still, even though she knows last time I was in Brazil, I'm very honest. I tell them up front that I'm gonna be fooling with other women.
Right.
Even though that she knows that I'm still getting my clothes washed.
Wow.
So an American chick, I mean, they'll do that for a dude that's doing something really bad to him. I can't say it on YouTube, but
Right. Right. Right.
I'm not gonna hurt somebody to get some cooperation out of them. But
For sure.
uh,
For
in the
sure. And the
states,
cooperation is that's the thing is it more? Do you feel like it more towards cooperation or is it more towards like uh not like being, what was the word I was trying? It was like cooperation or just being like too submissive, basically, is what I'm saying. Like I'm
what is too
because
submissive?
I always hear cooperation, and then I'm like thinking in my head like just cooperation is like crazy to get now, or are we just like socially programmed to believe that the women are being non-cooperative? You know what I'm saying? Basically, you see what I'm
Well,
saying?
do you think American women are being cooperative?
I would say they're trained to play hard to get. That's what I would say.
Not cooperative.
Right, but they still have genuine intrigue about them though. Once they don't want to, I feel like this. A lot of women are indoctrinated to come off like, I don't want to come off like too easy, or he fucked too easy or quick or something. So basically they're always thinking in their head, even though I like this guy, I'm gonna play hard to get, which comes across as to us as it is being non-cooperative, but it's literally just part of the game. It's ingratiated into it. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
And
So
well, see, the problem with that is there's no problem with playing hard to get. The last chick I was dealing with in Brazil, I met her in February, and I didn't end up smashing her until July.
oh wow.
So that wasn't quick, right?
Right.
But there was a lot more to offer. There was a lot more substance in between. Over here in the states, you're dealing with somebody that's hard to get, and what are you getting? It's hard to get what?
Right.
What's so hard to get out of you? Because when I
Exactly.
get it, it
Exactly.
ain't shit.
Right. Because it's not even worth it. It's like the juice ain't even worth the squeeze once you actually get it when you can just get it more so off the barrel. You get more bang for your buck. That's what basically what you're trying
Oh
to
yeah.
say.
Oh
Basically.
yeah.
Okay. That's
Austin, let
cool.
me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
In the time frame that you known these foreign women, brother, how many of these women within a 90 to 120 day time period have you ended up in arguments with these foreign women?
You know what? And I'm gonna tell you this. With all of them, and we all have disagreements, but all the time when I got into disagreements with them, the common response was, I don't want to fight with you. So we never even got, for me putting my hands on one of them, no.
Right. No arguments, nothing like that. I think that's the biggest difference right there. Right? Because in the US, man, when I'm dating out here, I got a 90 to 120 day rule. If we can't get beyond that time frame without arguing, you're not the one. I'm moving on.
That's not possible. That's going to eliminate 90% of women in the US if you
Pretty
got
much.
that metric up. You
Pretty
know what I'm
much.
saying?
But I think that paints the problem right there. Why is it that you barely know somebody and you feel the need, the urge to argue with someone and be combative, right? Versus diffuse and just realize that you have your differences. Women here in the States will
Right.
argue with you,
They're
argue with you, and
operating straight
purposely
off.
want to argue with you.
Let me
Right.
read
And
this
we're
super chat real quick. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, man. Big Shirley will be invisible overseas, what somebody said. I've been living overseas 10 years, been to more than 10 countries that I can count. Glad to see you. Glad to see all you young brothers coming along. Appreciate that super chat. See, it's a couple more. I'm going to Thailand in November. Men have been going to other countries to find wives for decades. U.S. is multiple cultural. Remove the implanted shame you have, and you will be happy. The women have intent. Absolutely. That's another thing. More intent. Somebody said you sound like a simp.
no, I'm just trying to make sense of everything. Like, definitely not simp at all. I'm just thinking in my head, like, how can we think about this where we can have like some type of common ground? I think, I think, I think a lot of your critics and criticism comes from it just seems so extreme. And then you have the other component. You can't even bring her back from there because you're scared of her being Americanized, which it that part of that just it's just a lot. It's problematic. That's all it is. It is. It's
Real quick,
problematic.
again,
Let
the
me
Black
let me let me read
Filipino.
this real quick. DR, Colombia, etc. are all cool places, but what about Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, Africa? Expand your horizons. Okay, yeah, I am going to. Like I said, I'm going to Thailand here in a few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, but it goes beyond that to the point of being productive and having a nuclear family and that having longevity.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, I agree. You said yesterday that these American chicks will fight them. Them Brazilian chicks know jujitsu. They'll tie them up in a knot and reapply the makeup straight after that. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Real quick,
they'll want to fight them. Yeah, they'll want to fight them.
real quick, Austin. We got the Black Filipino TVs waiting in the back room.
Mm-hmm. So, look, I appreciate you calling in, man. Just know when you go to the DR, you'll see you'll see what I'm talking about.
I
It's
see
one of
what
these
I'm
things
talking
that
about.
I can sit here and preach it, but you won't know until you experience it.
You gotta experience it, basically. Okay. I'm a look when I get back from my trip. I'm from Halloween from the DR. I'm gonna tune back into your live and I'm gonna tell you how the experience was, man. I appreciate you making time for me, God.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, man. Be safe.
You too. Where's the look like he dropped out.
Did he drop out?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let's this guy came in after him. he said that last dude looked drained. We are far past common ground. The problem is that we've been far too damn, I can't read that right now.
Egalitarian.
Egalitarian. All right. What's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing? Glad to be on here. Been liking your live streams. My students have been talking about you for quite a bit. Of course, I'm one of the passport bros as well. I lived 16 years in Japan, 1 year Russia, 1 year France, and I I basically refuse to acknowledge the existence of American women. Straight out, I don't care. And I was going to say, like, what my comment was, you see Black women abroad, they're ignored. This would be pretty much all Western women. Nobody wants to talk to them at all. And when they say, for example, I'll take my passport and go abroad, I'm like, go ahead. Because, like, let's talk about Brazil real quick. A high-level earning Brazilian man would be about $2,000 a month. So he has all these Brazilian women that he can deal with, or he can be looked at as not making enough money with an American woman. Who's he going to go for? I mean, straight out. And when I was just in Sao Paulo 2 months. I mean, every ABW that I saw were single. Like, they weren't even working. They were walking in groups. They had no communication with the natives. Nothing. They were just by themselves, and it was easy to tell who they were. Black men, American black men, they were having a great time, including myself. They were out with the natives, eating with them, going out on dates, having a fun time, like just traveling. I mean, you could tell, like, they were involved and having a wonderful time. So was I. So that's why I was in Japan. It's the same thing. You'd always see the American black woman by herself on the bus, on the train, in Starbucks. Who knows where it'll be? She's going to be isolated by herself. The black men there were in ecstasy. They were so, so happy. And that's why I teach my students to get a job so that they can either go abroad and work there or have a remote job, and then they can spend some time to get that woman. And I'm going to tell you guys another thing too. My personal point of view is, if you want to bring her over, just make sure your money is up. That's up. Make sure you got a sufficient salary, because she does not want to act like these American women. I was married to a Japanese woman. I brought her over one time, 2 weeks, to show her what America was. And she said straight out, the American women were horrible. She didn't want to deal with them. She didn't want to talk with them at all. She says, just get me away from them and like take me back to Tokyo. And that's what I did. She had no desire to be with these hosts. So I want, again, saying this to you guys, I'm going to drop down in a second. Auston, got a great page. I like what you're doing. I'm going to keep on supporting you for a bit. My students support you. You're doing a great job. Don't stop.
Thank you.
I hope to come up one day with somebody next to me and just podcast. I'm here in Austin. Again.
Okay, I've seen your comment before.
Yeah, if somebody gives you a threat, you need to lay low for a while. Just drive down 35.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Austin. I love Austin.
Oh, yeah. All right. See you guys.
Thank
Awesome,
you.
man.
You have a good one. We got the that woman that had the disagreement. I think she's right here in the call room.
All right.
And we got the black Filipino here right now. What's going on?
What's going on, man? How you doing? Thank you for reaching out. First thing.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming through today.
No problem, man. No problem. I couldn't make it yesterday. I said today I have to make it. We need to make it happen as soon as possible.
I can barely hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I think there's something up with your earpiece. Maybe
Hold on 1 second. Give me that one. Oh, you got to give me the wrong one.
Okay, there you go. And even just normal is better. What's going on, Black Filipino, bro? It's love. I saw the shout out. I didn't think you would from your comment section, but I appreciate it.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But no, I want to make this happen as soon as possible. Couldn't make it yesterday, but I'm here now. So what's going on, man? I like what you're doing, man. I like what you're doing. I seen your TikTok videos. I seen you had a YouTube right after, and I said this young brother is making it happen. You got the attention of everybody because you was straightforward with your message, and men like to hear that. So when I seen that, I said, wow, he's gonna have a lot of guys following him because men like to hear it straightforward. That's why guys like AT, I don't even want to say the name, get banned. Andrew Tate get banned for being straightforward. And that's good, man.
Oh yeah. I just watched his interview a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
So give me some information. I've watched a couple of videos, but for my audience, give me some information on what it's like for an American to come to the Philippines as far as dating.
Man, it's great. I'll tell you this. It's been easy for me, man. The reason why it's easier for guys that come here everyone speaks English. You know, you come over here like right now. I have nieces and nephews. I'm married to a Filipino. They all speak English. That's like the second language, and here everyone can relate to you right away. You know, everyone understands rap. You know, everyone watches R&B and watch sports. It's a basketball country, you know. So you'll come here and be right at home, man. Be right at home, and people relate to you easy. You know, they're happy to see you. Everywhere you go, everyone's happy to see you. They're smiling, and it's just a warm welcome everywhere. And it's one of those, it's just like that anywhere outside of the country. Every country I've been outside of the U.S. has been like that pretty much. You know, I've been to Singapore, been to Thailand, been to Malaysia, all the same thing, man. Number love.
So what made you go? What made you leave the United States to go live in the Philippines?
Man, I'll tell you, man. What did it for me is I already was situated. Like I've been working online since 2013, right? So I turned around and said, I was dating my lady, and I said, man, I can go live out there right now. I already had it situated. I just had to work overnight. And I said, I can work overnight. I already stayed up late anyway. So I turned around and did it, man. And it takes balls. A lot of guys don't have the balls to pick up and say, I can make it with this job I have now online. You know, a lot of guys are scared. A lot of guys are scared to leave the nest and scared to leave the matrix pretty much. And, you know, if you do it and you make enough, because it's usually cheaper to live in other countries, man. And I seen I had enough, and I said, it's time to go.
Okay. So the lady that you were referring to, was she in the United States or was she in the Philippines already?
Oh, no, she was in the Philippines already.
Okay.
She was in the Philippines already. So I came out here. And actually, man, I'll tell you, she actually showed me the online site I'm working on now. She showed it to me. She said, you know, you can go here. And I went there, and then I got on. I was doing it before from Craigslist. And then she put me on an Upwork. And so then I went to Upwork and started doing it, man. And I'm telling you, bro, with these online jobs, that's why guys got to learn it. I'm in sales myself. Guys get into sales, even customer service, even things like that. You know, you can be making 50,000 to 100,000 a year easy. You know, and I seen you talk about it too, brother. You know, software engineering, things like that. You know, sales, things that can be done anywhere in the world. You know,
yeah, that's what we
skills.
Mm-hmm. That's what we push on our end. You know, I'm trying to get the brothers on here who joined the Discord server and the Facebook group. Make sure you guys go ahead and do that. Everybody in the chat room game, mods, go ahead and post the links for both of those. You know, we have resources in there to try to teach you guys either, you know, some IT skills or software engineering skills so you could go work remotely and ideally find a company that'll allow you to work remote from abroad or freelance, which, you know, we definitely got to touch, you know, I'm probably going to hit up your buy you a coffee or whatnot.
Okay, for sure.
So we could chat about that because, you know, I'm a software engineer in tech. My current company is you know, not wanting to allow me to, sorry about the noise in the background, not wanting to allow me to, you know, work remotely. So now I want to get into this world. So we're going to have to talk about that.
So let me let me read these super chats real quick, and then I'm gonna ask you another question. Marcus Lavani says they left black men in the beginning, and they gave black women rights and independence, and they said "F us." And now that we are leaving, they are panicking because we're not doing another 100 years of trying to fix them. Absolutely. The manosphere preaches the abundance mindset. How can you have abundance? How can you have an abundance mindset and choose to only date in the United States? That is very true. That's a limited mindset if you only want to stay in this country. Okay, that's it. So in Colombia, $100 can take me on about 10 dates. What can you buy? What can you buy with $100 in the Philippines?
Philippines, $100 can take you on 10 dates too. It's funny. Really? Yeah, I'll break it down because out here in the Philippines, right, you can get a meal for you and a lady for, I say about $10. $10. So $100 would be the same thing. Take you on 10 dates here too.
Okay. So I'm about to bring this lady in that disagrees. Do you want to stay or do you want to
Oh,
come back?
no, I don't mind. I'll stay, man. I'll stay.
Okay.
I do other videos on my other channel where I go at women all day that talk crazy, so I don't mind staying.
All right, so let's bring in Mixed Mystery right here. She says she's speaking on behalf of all black women. I hope you're gonna hold it down because we got some strong arguments, and usually y'all don't have strong arguments. So
No, 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 no.
tell them
I
where
know
you're
you're
from.
judging me
How old are
based on
you?
the color of my skin, but I just
Hold on
want
one
to
second,
say
ma'am.
I'm not like that.
Ma'am,
I don't think black women are mad that you guys are dating interracially.
ma'am, how old are you? Where are you from?
I'm 23 years old and I'm from Illinois. It's a nice area, predominantly Indian. And I come
Okay.
from a Hispanic background, so we date interracially too. So we don't have a problem with interracial dating. I'm not 100% African. I don't look fully African American. So, like, we don't have a problem with that. I just think my mom is Hispanic. So I know everybody's judging black women. Is not, in this day and age, it's not a good thing to be black. I understand that. But I just
Nobody
think
said that.
I know. The thing is, I feel as though you guys are judging women based on the color of their skin. Like, oh, black women act like this. I think that's the problem. You guys can go over
This
and
page is
travel.
not
My
about
brother
black women.
travels. He's half Mexican, half black. No one have a problem with that. The problem is when it becomes, I feel like, and I have a YouTube channel. I say it on my channel. I just think as a woman, I have a fear that black men are trying to get other groups of people to hate us. Like have white women hate us and have Hispanic women hate us. They're bashing us and constantly bashing us. So like
Okay.
that right there, it's okay to go and date outside of your race, but like or even travel overseas. That's fine. But when you're bashing us based on the color of our skin by saying that, oh, black women are this, that becomes a little hurtful. Because I know if a white man says something to a black
Okay.
guy based on the
So
color of his
I get
skin,
that. I get that. Let's wrap that up. Too many words. So because I'm a blunt guy, right? If you say too many words, I'll forget what you're talking about.
okay. Well, I
So
don't have a problem with mixed race. I'm mixed race. The future is going to be light skinned people and mixed race people. I don't got a problem with that at all.
okay, well nobody
We
said
don't,
that, but the thing, my message is about American women. It's not about black, white, and
but a lot of people bring up
there's
black
not,
women.
ma'am. There are not only black people in the United States. 60% of Brazil is black. So
Well,
women
no, they're
I'm
light
messing with in
skinned. They're
Brazil
like
are
mixed
black.
race and heritage.
Huh?
They're not the true blackness. You know what I mean? Like true, real black features are people who look fully African. That is,
Okay,
it
so
is.
you're not one of them either.
I don't go by the one drop rule. I don't submit to a slave owner's or the white superiority like how a lot of people do.
So
I don't do
what
that.
is your argument?
No, I don't have an argument. I know you assumed I had an argument because of the color of my skin, but I don't.
Get out of here.
Okay.
All right.
I wish you would have left her in because I wanted to get to a
Let's
few
bring
points.
her back. Let's bring her back. Let's
Yeah,
see what really got to
yeah.
say. Cause she that no, I assumed you had an argument because it's disagreement day. That's why I assumed that.
Yeah, man. Look,
No, I know you guys are a little annoyed, but like I'm not. If it makes you feel better, I'm not a black woman. I'm actually mixed. If that makes you feel better.
You already said that.
One moment.
Okay. Okay, if that makes you feel a little better.
All right. Everyone needs to get their turn here. So, you know.
Well, I just want to say the black.
Right
I just have
now this ratio has been about, 80% you talking. Let's have a dialogue here.
Okay, well, I do got a disagreement. I have a disagreement with how the way the black image is being portrayed at the point where I want to have blonde hair, blue-eyed children because I'm afraid if I have black children, they're going to be called undesired and ugly based on the color of their
That sounds like a personal insecurity.
It's a personal based on what the majority of black men preach.
Here's the thing, right? Again, Auston mentioned that we speak about American women. Predominantly American modern women who believe in feminism and the whole rhetoric that men ain't shit. Let's specify that, right?
Okay.
So those are the women we're speaking about. If you're an American woman who's mixed race, who happens to be traditional, don't wear the shoe. It doesn't fit, right? That should be common,
okay.
Right? So let me ask you a question now. Obviously, you feel some type of way about it. Does the shoe fit?
I do feel insecure about my blackness at the point that I don't even claim black no more.
That wasn't
I
my
claim
question.
mixed.
That wasn't my question. Does the shoe fit? Do you fit in that category?
Do I fit in a cat? I don't. I won't say it. I think all men ain't shit or something like that. But I feel like as a woman, I don't have to submit to a man. I can do what I want. I'm a strong, independent woman. I believe in that.
You're a feminist, so the shoe does fit. So we are speaking about all women who believe that and who have the tendencies and the personality traits that tend not to go well in relationships, right? Because American men, we appreciate cooperation, but we don't get a cooperation from women who believe that men ain't shit. It's a very combative standpoint to believe that men ain't shit. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay, so how is it that and let's roll back a little bit. What did you say about the whole one drop, one black?
I don't go by a slave owner's one drop rule. I don't go by the same. I don't go through the same experience as someone who's dark skinned.
Specify what you meant by the real black.
Well, the real black people are the ones who look fully African. Someone like you, someone like me, someone like this guy in a yellow shirt, we don't look fully African. So, like, I don't go by the one drop rule. I'm multiracially mixed. I have a mixed heritage. I'm not going to deny that. I still have family members alive. I have family down in Mexico. I have family in Puerto Rico. So I don't go by the slave owners one drop rule. I'm sorry. It's racist and it's to erase mixed race people.
Let me stop you 1 second. Real, let's let Will right here have at it, because we know Will, he can talk some good shit. So what do you have to say to this woman right here that's preaching all this propaganda right now?
Go ahead on and insult me. What do you have to say to this bitch?
That's not what I'm about. I'm not about that at all. I'm not going to give you the Melanie King treatment, so don't worry about that. No, here's the thing. The way you talk, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you kind of sound like a divester a little bit.
Oh no, I'm not a divester because a lot of those are dark. I'm a mixed race advocate, but like I'm as a as a woman, when I say, I know where you said that because I said I wanted my kids to be a white passing biracial. Well, it's because it's a rhetoric spread around that black is so undesired, they're ugly. Black women are the last to be dated because they're ugly, their skin tone is ugly. And it makes me not want to have black babies or anything that resemble blackness because I'm afraid my children are going to grow up to be the same way. You know what I mean? No one marries black women when they get famous because they're undesired. You know what I mean?
Dirk Nowitzki married a black woman.
And that, as a woman, it brings my self-esteem down very low when I hear that. So it makes me want to have white passing biracial children. So my brother has white passing biracial children, and it's not, and they're beautiful, blonde hair, beautiful curly hair, beautiful light skin. They're very gorgeous. But my thing is, this guy up there laughing. But my thing is, I know certain features are unattractive. You know what I mean? But like, if there's going to be a rhetoric spread that like black women look like apes, or they look like this, or they look like that, then I don't want to have black babies. I want to have those white passing children.
Let's move away from that rhetoric, right? Because majority of the guys here who are passport bros, when they travel, they go to places like Brazil that's majority melanated people to date people.
No, they're light-skinned people. The majority melanated are African people. Nobody goes to Africa because,
No,
Brazil. A lot of brothers here go to South Africa.
Brazil.
Yeah, South Africa is like the white people.
Let's allow other people to speak.
Yeah. Well, Brazil has one of the highest black communities in the world. And
as far as light-skinned people, yeah.
No. As far as black, they're black. They're blacker than all of us here combined. Brazil has a lot of. There's so many black people.
It wasn't you then. It must have been another. I just got into this little sector because I hear this rhetoric going around with people bashing my image, and I'm like, well, who is these people? So like, I look at.
Ma'am, it's not other people bashing your image. You said you are insecure by yourself.
I'm insecure because I hear a lot of people saying that black is so undesired and black women are the last to be dated because they're ugly and they're undesired. So like, I do have a problem with that.
I think you're adding a lot of extra to that statement, right? Because the statistic is stated, but it's not because they're undesired physically or anything like that. It's mainly because of the attitude, and the statistics also state that Black women get divorced at a very high rate. But that doesn't.
Well, I
have
think it's
anything
because
to
they're
do-
on it. I
that
think
doesn't
it's
have
because of the
anything to do-
features.
But that doesn't have anything to do about looks or image. That has more to do with the personality traits and some of the toxicity that happens within, the culture that Black women choose to subscribe to, the feminism,
So, like,
all of that.
so why don't people brag about going to Africa then if Black is so beautiful?
Ma'am, let me read these super chats real quick, and then I'm gonna let you finish your rhetoric. Multiple personality intelligence says women all over the world are competing for passport bros. How ironic is it that our own women proudly proclaim that they will not? Pathetic. I think he's talking about
I don't
you.
compete for no one.
One moment. She thinks it's a race conversation when it's a feminine issue for all Western women. We got a couple more. Hold on. People are outraged by this propaganda you've started. Ask her what she thinks about Cynthia G.
I've heard of her. I don't know. I've been looking a little bit into everything.
Blame men for personal desires, projection much. It's giving bath salts in K2. I think that's what it might be. You might be on something.
No, I think mixed race is. I'm mixed race myself. I think mixed race is gorgeous. So I'd be proud, and I see a Black man out there with
like
mixed race children.
She's a troll. She goes from page to page causing drama. She's a distraction.
No, I do not. I go on Lapeef channel and I have debates with them. You can look me up. I go on Donald Really Having. No one kicks me off. I go up there and I debate with Donald. I go up there and I debate with Lapeef about politics. I'm a Trump 2024. They don't like that. A lot of them think I'm racist or something like that. Some weird stuff.
Racist.
But
they are undesirable because of ghetto gougers.
Shit. Oh, ghetto gaggers.
Oh, ghetto gaggers. Okay.
So I think it's a whole lot of pages. What is it? Doggy, something like that, where white women are doing the same thing that Black women are doing, but to Black men. So, like, I don't know.
It's a little ironic. Did you just say you're a conservative who doesn't believe in family values?
No, I don't think that we're oppressed. I don't have that oppressed mindset. I think every individual,
because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're a little bit all over the place.
I still didn't even get a chance to get my word in with her, but that's all. That's fine.
Yeah, you know what? You did enough with Melanie King. We want to say salute to you for the for that. That was amazing. That was very funny. That was, yeah. You brought it out of her.
I had to. I was just
interesting, right? Because I don't meet too many conservative women who are also feminists. It's kind of a little weirdness there.
No, it's a contradiction, and she, conservatives these days, I feel like too many of them are cuck-servatives. They don't really do what they say. I'm a complete opposite of a liberal. I don't want to get political on this, but I feel like today's, like, you got the patriarchy, who please do not invite that guy back on the panel. He's that dude like raises my blood pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not the right. He doesn't give us the right energy, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But what I was going to say to her is, it's not the color of the skin that we judge, or that, us as society, as part of this social group, judges them by. It's by the content of the character. It's what we see, what they portray. It's the perpetuation of the negative stereotype that is perceived. Now, does the majority of society think that? Probably not. I don't know. You'd have to go around and explore, to figure that out. But it's really hard to really support a lot of the argument. I just felt like she wanted to be heard, and she just wanted to talk more than listen. That's what I felt that she got on there for.
Spotlight chaser, definitely.
Exactly. And I wanted to say one thing. Rilla, man, you're awesome. I like how you managed the Discord, how you got all the resources, how you have a community going. I do not see any crabs in the bucket stuff going and any kind of like funny stuff going. Big up to you on that. Big up to you, Auston. I found you from O'Shea Duke Jackson. That's how I discovered you. And then I followed you after your interview with Where's West. Just the fact that I felt that I'm not a big representation guy, but the fact that you interview, you kind of went outside, because at first I did think it was more of a melanated manosphere, and I was like, am I fit? Do I fit in here or not? So I kind of lurked a little bit, just kind of see what you were about. And I was like, oh, okay, he interviewed Where's West. I was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and follow and, kind of see what it's about. And I like where it's going.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's never a race thing. This is every man in the country is dealing with this. But somebody has a question for you in the super chat. But
yeah, sure.
She is jealous that a black man can pull the races and she is unable to. Yeah. But they asked right here, how can Melanie King be a chameleon? Wasn't she down with Kevin Samuels?
Okay.
I'm gonna let you answer that one.
Yeah. Okay. You want me to answer that one? Okay. I felt that she was giving me funny vibes, man. She was really acting funny style many times. One, I really felt some type of way, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt when she was live streaming, calling people to find when she first got the news of his death. That was a rumor at the time. Just her calling and even doxing his phone number because she forgot to mute herself. I felt like that was major clout chasing, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt because it was emotional and stuff like that. I felt some type of way about it. I followed KS. I'm not like a loyal follower. I don't believe he is infallible. There's about a couple things KS did that I didn't like. One, setting up high value men with low value women. He set up a platform for that. The second thing was I felt that he kind of Hollywood simped towards Nicki Minaj. And I kind of, I felt a little bit of ways, but I understand he's in that platform where he wanted to get that bag, and I can't blame him. I cannot blame the hustle. I get it. There was only a couple things. So yeah, I followed Melanie because I was like, you know what? Okay, maybe he will continue Kevin's legacy. But I just felt some type of way. I was like, okay, she keeps name dropping him, talking about how he's her friend, but I never once heard Kevin saying that she was his friend. And I also remember Kevin saying that you can't really be friends with a female that you're attracted to, or at least sexually attracted to. It's just not possible. And I still believe it to this day. For my personal reasons, the deal breaker is if you're a single mom, I don't care if you're a 10, I'm not gonna try to, push up on you. That's just how it is. But I just kind of got funny vibes. And then when I watched the live stream at his funeral, I was like, what the hell's going on? Like, okay, maybe it's a private funeral, but man, something just looked funny about it. I didn't see her there. I saw Antoine Daniels. That's my respect for Antoine is way up there. Just the fact that I think he was the only content creator there. So I was like, you know what? I never heard Antoine do as much name dropping as Melanie was doing. And that's why I was feeling some type of way. And then I felt like, okay, she's following the same platform that he's doing. And I've heard her talk to people in a way that did not sound like a soft girl, did not sound traditional, sounded very chameleon-like, where she says one thing but does another. I felt bad the way that I went in on that dude that was preaching the Bible earlier. The reason why I went off on him is because he was frustrating me. He kind of just sounded like a mumble caller, and he was just tying up the phone lines of people calling. And I'm like, man, we don't want to hear this stuff. I get it. Yes, great. We love God. I love God too. But at the same time, there's a lot of hustle preachers, and we deal with too many of that, and we just don't want to hear it this day and time on this particular environment and platform. That's something you do it elsewhere or something. And he frustrated the most. So I was like, okay, I'm going to use him. I'm going to use him as the collateral damage. And then I'm going to go. I had a plan when I called into Melanie. I already had a plan that I could have done it a little differently, but I felt like she was going to mute me. So I wanted to get the first shot right away towards her. So that's kind of why I did what I did.
Let me read these super chats really quick. Shout
Yeah,
out to
sure,
you
sure.
Mrs. BPTV. I think they meant to say Mr. Black Filipino TV. I think they were trying to say that, but I see you got the new cam. Much love to fellas on the panel. I'll be in Manila in February finally. Nice. 600 people smash the like button. Please like the video if you have not already liked the video. Melanie has a bunch of simps drooling over her. Yes, she does. All the dudes that called in afterwards were over. Like, they didn't even hold her accountable. Keep up the good work, little brother, enlightening all that don't know about dating overseas. Appreciate that super chat. That is my duty. One more. I did an interview with Melanie King as well. I called her out on not being authentic and just focused on weak-minded men. She got mad and tried to provoke a fight that I did not give her.
Interesting.
So what countries are you trying to go to?
I'm keeping my options open. I've been looking at Colombia, had an interest, especially with your visit there. Brazil, maybe, but I was like, man, am I willing to take the time to learn Portuguese? I figured Spanish, because Spanish seems to be a little bit more universal, where you can speak it through multiple countries. I did take Spanish, not formally, but I learned a little bit from my cousin who is Korean Mexican. So I learned a little bit, but not like as much. It was mostly like, down low stuff to where we don't want other people to know what we're talking about, kind of stuff. So I did learn a little bit, like, he'll tell me to hand him the cuarta, and I'm like, all right, man, here's the cuarta, and stuff like that, which, yeah, it's a pistola. But anyways, that kind of stuff where, it's only stuff that me and him know, just so people around us don't know. So I'm thinking about going back to learning that, on a more formal basis. I feel like it is the more, no language is better than the other. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like you can communicate more effectively in multiple different countries, at least in Latin American countries, with Spanish. And that also includes Spain as well. I think with Portuguese, it's only limited to 2, Brazil and Portugal. I don't know if there's a third one, but Brazil does look nice. And the people that you had on your panel or on your interview, they fit the 3 Fs. They both seem to be fit, feminine, and friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Yeah. Like somebody in the comments here was saying that, Brazil is the only Portuguese speaking country in Latin America. So Espanol is a lot more, it's better to learn that one first. But I'm learning Spanish now, and it's very hard to learn now that I know Portuguese. I'm looking at all the words, trying to pronounce them the other way because they're so similar and they sound so similar. But I believe there is Angola is an African country, and there's I think Timor in Asia, they speak Portuguese, or at least I know Portugal took them over back in the day. So
okay.
But I appreciate you calling in, man. We're gonna bring some more people in here. Keep up the good work.
Well, I appreciate the feedback you gave, by the way. At the end of the day, I'm just helping Auston here to build the community and all that good stuff, brother. I really appreciate you.
Oh, you're awesome. No, that was one thing that I feel that's going to make this channel grow. The management from you. I'll even say wisdom, because I believe you are older than him. So, both management and wisdom that comes from you is definitely going to make, not just the channel, but this culture. It's definitely going to grow. I see good things out of this. Peso man can eat a dick. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll even say this, blackmail advice or whatever his name is. He's another one that seemed to throw shade at you as well. And I know that was another one I can't think of who I think they even jacked the video response to, put their own thoughts on Melanie and stuff. You know what? They're going to be with the streets. With the rest of the low value women. So, they can, whatever, Godspeed, wish them luck. But yeah, I think, like I said, I think what you guys are doing is great. Black Filipino TV, man, it's good seeing you. I'm definitely going to sub to your channel. That is the channel right there. Or is it BPF TV or
Black Filipino TV?
Yeah,
awesome.
definitely. Anything regarding to the Philippines, man, this guy's got it down. I've been following him for a while now, probably about a year, and yeah, his channel's.
And you stay in Manila?
Well, I'm living in a province right now in Calapan, but I'm going back to Manila.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Real quick question: what do you think of like Tagaytay?
Tagaytay. Yeah. I've actually been to Tagaytay at least like 7 times. That's where I go when people are living in Manila. They usually travel to Tagaytay to go for vacation, like a quick. It's like a 45-minute getaway from Manila, so that's a go-to place. It's nice over there, man. It's up in the mountains. When you look down, anywhere you're staying, like say if you're staying in an SM condominium, any one of the condominiums, you're looking right over to our volcano. So it's a nice area. They have Bululu out there, and same thing. People are friendly everywhere, man. So you'll love it out there. Right, it's a little bit cooler. It's a little bit cooler too because the Philippines is hot. So Tagaytay is a little bit cooler. So you like it there. Right
on. Yeah, I'll definitely follow your channel. You're on the Discord too?
Well, no, I'm not on Discord. I'm sure Rilla will hook that up.
Yeah, we got to get you in there. We have a group we call the Round Table. It's all the inner circle. Sure. You know, we're trying to travel together and everything. I definitely love to see you in there.
I'm definitely going to subscribe to your channel for sure.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you coming through. We'll keep in touch, bro.
Me or him?
Oh, no, I was talking to you. Will.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it, man. Good looks on that.
Thank you.
All right.
You have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too.
There's the Discord and the private chat.
Okay, cool.
A lot of people want me to take off slow chat, but I don't know about that. I got a feeling if I take it off, y'all gonna ask me to put it right back on.
Yeah, it's 700.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, y'all won't be able to.
Crazy how consistent that number's been, brother. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. See who we in here next. What's going on?
Hello, Austin. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. And you?
I'm doing good. My name is Jerron, and I've been following your channel since day one when I first discovered you, and every other channels were brothers who wanted to travel around the world, and I am a future passport bro, and I wanted to travel around the world as well. So the reason that I am here because like you are the real deal. You had inspired me. And not just me, but every single brothers who are watching this, they inspire you as well. So like what I'm saying is because some of the haters, they do not understand. Because I want them to understand because we have every right to make our own decisions to travel and experience other cultures. Because everything what they were saying, like, to me, doesn't make any sense. They trying to start arguments against you. And that really bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the guy that I could fuck with. You're the type of dude that I always wanted to chill with you and travel with you. You know what I'm saying? You know, because these people who is trying to take us down because they're the ones are not happy with their lives. That's their issues. They're the ones that having like issues like mommy issues and daddy issues and blah 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 and this and that because and the other thing because with some of these people trying to attack you and they don't want to be on camera because to me they're nothing more but a bunch of cowards to me. Mm-hmm. When I say cowards, that means they're a bunch of pussies. and that's a pussy ass move. Before me, I am no coward. I have no problem with putting myself out there because you, my brother, are cool with me because you the one that inspired me because I wanted to travel around the world, and I've been saying this too all my life to all the brothers out there. I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm speaking to other brothers out there. Fellas, you have every right to make your own decisions by traveling. You have every right to experience other cultures and finding true love and be happy and be successful and then do what you got to do and handle your own business. Because Auston right here, he's the real deal. Everybody else trying to attack this brother because he's living a good life. And y'all, some of y'all haters, which is y'all guys are a bunch of assholes trying to attack this brother for no reason. Why? Because you're the ones that have no life. You have no respect. You have no dignity. You got no soul.
I think that anytime you come into a space or put yourself out there publicly with a strong opinion that everyone isn't going to agree with, there's always going to be detractors and individuals who are going to have a strong opinion in the opposing perspective. And I think that Auston, Auston, myself, and everyone involved in this understands that, we're not going to have 100% agreement. And to a certain degree, that's okay because the controversy is sort of what brings that attention. It's what ignited the spark. And the reason, Auston was able to get so much traction because it is such a it is such a controversial point of view. So,
right.
To some degree, we understand. We expect the haters to hate. The haters, majority, it probably half of the people that watch this channel aren't individuals who agree, are just lurkers who sit there, dislike the video and all of that stuff, and does all sorts of malicious things to try to get information on Auston. Auston brought up somebody calling his business and texting him and all sorts of stuff, right? It's to be expected. So we really appreciate that support though. Without the supporters, Auston wouldn't be here doing what he's doing, and have the how do you say the motivation to continue forward. So
yes,
really appreciate that, brother.
Motivation.
Auston, if you want to
appreciate that.
Sense.
Yeah, and motivation. That's what I love to hear is about motivation. What people been like what some the women from our community think that we are bashing black women, but it's not about that. That lady who just came here earlier, I just disagree with what she just saying. I was disagreeing the whole time what she's saying. It's not about we are bashing them based on the color of their skin. It's the personality that we have a problem with. When I say personality, the way they act is based on toxicness, based on ghetto-ness, based on bad attitudes, everything. Three of them that I mentioned, three things is based on their personality. Not about the color of the skin. It's not about racism. It's the personality based on their behavior. They do not get that. They do not get that. Because what they wanted to have their feelings talking about that we are bashing them because of the color of the skin, which is not true. It's not true at all. It's about the personality, the way they're behaving, and we are not going to stand for it. I'm not standing for it personally because they're not acting like ladies. They're acting like children. Children.
Well, absolutely, man. And you made a strong point there, man. We appreciate you calling in, brother.
But they're acting like men. They're acting like men. That's what it is.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. And that it's unfortunate that she viewed it that way, right? I think that comes from lack of understanding or watching. She probably new to the channel, never even seen the talking points that were brought up in here, or isn't even aware of the manosphere and the points that are kind of brought up in this space. So, I expect that women who never heard this sort of rhetoric, when they speak, they're going to come from very shallow perspectives. But I just don't understand where she was coming from in saying that, people find melanin to be unattractive. I think she added some extra to that. Austin, you want to jump in, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Like you said, it's the haters. They're gonna be expected. I mean, they're gonna. I clearly I don't care. I'm gonna let them keep talking. But yeah, I appreciate all your support, man.
Hey,
Keep in touch with me,
anytime.
and we gonna bring another caller here, man. But keep in touch with me.
All right, man. But like, I have like, if you starting another panel, I'm your man. I will come and support you, and I support everything you do around here. Like, everything. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, I follow you on YouTube, I follow you on Instagram. And also on TikTok as well. So, like, thank you for having me, and you keep doing what you got to do and handle your business. Do not worry about what those other people think, because they're the one are jealous. They're jealous. Their insecurities and their negativity had got the best of them. You don't need all of that. They're the ones are not happy. They're nothing more but cowards.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like I said, I appreciate your support, and we're gonna bring another caller in, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next we have. Let's see. What's going on?
What's going on? How's everybody on the panel doing?
Good, and yourself?
Good. So I had to reach out, and I commend every single one of you, man, for traveling abroad. So a little background of me: I am from Jamaica. I came over here when I was 2.5 years old. That's why I said I had 28 years experience of traveling the world. So what's very interesting with you, Austin, I kind of could relate because you are 23 right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so my first Euro trip was when I was 22. I went to Spain, and it really changed my life. Granted, I was going, back and forth to Mexico, back and forth to Jamaica and Canada and whatnot. But I'm just glad that there are other black men that are traveling the world and seeing that there's an other option than what's here. The thing is, why settle for less? Obviously everyone's traveling. Something's not right. There's got to be more to the world than just the U.S. So forget the haters and travel, man. It's not worth. Who cares what somebody thinks, man? Like any woman dropping, or any man in general dropping a bad comment about you in your comment section, you probably never see him.
Yeah.
So what's the word even matter? you know
Exactly.
Yeah, man. But I'm all about the travel, man. What made you want to go? That's my question.
I got fed up. Yeah, it's especially in DFW. It's the worst around here. I've had
Really?
better luck in other cities, but around here it's unbearable for me.
Yeah, I'm up in New York, so I'm in the Rock, but yeah, I'm in New York State. But man, wow. So that's fascinating. I probably will be spending a month in Brazil coming January 1st. I'm not too sure which month I'll be there, but I'm definitely spending a month next year. So, and it'll be my 5th trip to Brazil. So yes, eu falo português muito bem.
You said, can you speak Portuguese?
Yeah, it's intermittent level, but I'm just gonna do the hard work and become fluent by January. Get it over with.
You using Duolingo?
Duolingo, memorize, and here's a bonus. Easy Brazilian Portuguese. So there's Easy Language. It's a YouTube channel, and what they'll do, they'll have so suppose you're looking for Brazilian Portuguese, they'll have the Brazilian Portuguese subtitles as well as the English subtitles underneath. they also have that for easy Spanish. So you can do that. I know you said you're learning Spanish as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you could watch those videos and follow the videos along, listen to the language, as well as read the Spanish and English to see the direct translation. So it's very helpful. That's what really sped up my learning process for Portuguese.
Nice.
So what made you, I don't know if you said it already, but what made you want to leave the United States to date?
So, I didn't say it. So I'll be honest, man, I haven't dated in the US since 2010. I haven't dated in the US since 2010. So I was 18. And then on my first year of college, I was like, man, you know, that cheesy fairy tale BS. Oh, maybe I'll find the one at college. My best friend told me, he's like, man, this ain't it right here for you. He just know, your boy know you. After that, I was like, yeah, he probably right. Just stop dating over here. So I would say since pandemic, actually, I've been out of the market in the US for so long. I just didn't realize women were starting to act like this.
Yeah.
So right when pandemic hit and everybody had nothing to do but talk, all this information come out. I'm like, man, is it really like this? Granted, I'm a DJ, but I just blow off women because they're typically drunk, slobbing on you, possibly about to puke on you and shit. Whatever. I don't deal with women. Yeah. So like, it really opened my eyes. I'm like, man, this is out of hand.
Yeah.
So I put myself.
Is it just me, or does it feel like since when the pandemic hit, that everything got like 2, 3, 4, 5 times magnified?
Yes,
and kind of put on blast. Where it kind of felt like women started to almost expose themselves and what they believe in terms of dating on social media. Because I don't remember a time prior to that where their voices and their perspectives on dating and where feminism was as loud or as toxic as it became during the pandemic and post-pandemic. I'm wondering all y'all perspectives. Jay, Austin, you brother. So go ahead.
No, I 100% agree with you. I like I said, I haven't dated in the US since 2010, so I'm like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. And it progressively gotten worse and worse and worse. Granted, Kevin Samuels was around since 2015, but it really magnified, just like what you said. And I'm just like, man, no wonder. I was like, apparently I was ahead of the game dating outside of the country.
Go ahead, Jay. Jay, what do you think?
Well, you know what I think did it actually? It was actually TikTok, man. What happened is TikTok, and that happened around the pandemic. TikTok gave every woman a microphone. And what it did was it gave guys a microphone too, like Auston, guys like that came up. And even Kevin Samuels was on TikTok at one point, right? So I think that's what happened. And when women get a microphone, sometimes they expose themselves. It wasn't even so much that Kevin Samuels did it. They did it themselves. Like I can go on TikTok right now and find 50 videos in probably 2 minutes, a woman exposing themselves. And the same thing earlier, like the woman came on and she's exposing herself saying, oh, you guys think like this, you guys think like that. I haven't seen Austin post one video like that. I've never posted one video saying I don't like black women because they look like this. Never ever said it, Never said, I have a Filipino wife because black women are trash, they don't look good, because black women could look very good. It's just the attitude. There's nothing to do with that. But that's what I got to say about that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with everything you just said. TikTok definitely exposed everything a lot more. But we have a super chat right here that says almost all pretty girlfriends or wives in the U.S. are selling pee, and their boyfriends or husbands have no idea, no ethics or morals that are overseas. At least women with morals exist. What do you have to say about that, Black Filipino, since you're living outside the United States?
Man, I'd say this. I'd say it's the majority. In the minority, you have the majority that are women. Like, for instance, here, the big thing about Filipinos right now on TikTok is they're saying, the feminists are saying, oh, they're slaves. Why would you go out of the country and get a slave? And they even say the same thing about women over there, too, where Austin's going. Colombia, DR, they say it about them, too. Or they'll say, white men and black. Right now they're calling us Mayo sapien colonizers.
I saw that video
Yeah.
earlier today that you put up.
I did.
I
I
suggest
seen that.
everybody watch that one because that one,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, man, that one triggered me.
No, that's what they're saying, and I couldn't even react to it. I'm sitting there like the delusion of what these women are saying, and they're saying about passport brothers too. We're going out and we're like we're going to conquer foreign lands, and we're going to pit women in sex tourism. They're making like we're doing it when that's just not the case.
Now, Jay, don't you feel like it's painting not only a bad picture on American women, but it's kind of, like when women in America are saying this, and you have this beehive mentality amongst feminists, and then they tend to believe these things about foreign women. It's almost like they speak of these women as if they live in some third world country and aren't able to make their own decisions, and just, are so desperate that they need a man to come in and swoop and save them and all of this stuff. Like, what's your perspective on the whole level of disrespect? And what are the perspective of that the women, if you've spoken to any women in the Philippines, like what is their perspective when they hear these things coming out of American women?
Before you answer that real quick, Delano, we have to take you out. I appreciate you calling in, man, and all the support.
Can I just say one thing that's really important? First of all, your video in the mall that you're interviewing random people, that blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. Second of all, if you find some woman and bring her back to the U.S., please remember this. The only way you'll have a successful relationship with a foreign woman in the U.S. is if your direct community is healthy. If it's not healthy, don't even bother. Just stay in the foreign country,
I would agree.
Yeah,
I would agree.
That's all I got to say. Thank you for having me on the panel. Take care, man.
Thank you. You too.
And what I can say what the brother said there, I think a lot of guys, if you're gonna marry a woman, my man Mike, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
I think if you get a wife like what I did, I came and lived over here for a while, right? And I had so much time to mold my wife into actually not to control her, because I got to be careful, because they say, he's controlling women,
Right.
But to mold her mind, to where she kind of, her mind is an extension of my mind now.
Exactly.
She edits the videos that I react to. She edits my videos on Black Filipino TV. She edits my videos on More to Life. She's so
Very
cooperative.
She's cool to talk to.
Exactly. She actually helped me build myself up more. And these women don't understand. My woman, I have, and this is to the woman earlier, my baby mother is Haitian, right? Is a Haitian woman. So you can't tell me, about black. That's black in the black right there, right? And she's dark skinned. But these women say these things, and what happened, the reason why I gave that example is because I couldn't get cooperation out of her. Same thing Auston talks about, same thing you guys know. I couldn't get cooperation. And she was the sweetest thing ever. She was the sweetest woman ever. I can never talk bad about her. But she didn't really know how to cooperate. And that's one thing with my wife now. She was taught this since she was younger. Same thing you find in other countries. Same thing you find in Colombia. Same thing you find in DR. It's just that they're not in the matrix. So these women are actually raised to be a certain way. It's just different, man.
Right. I want to touch on that real quick, right? Because, when I haven't dated abroad yet, I will get there, but when I hear you guys speak, right, I get this sense of something that I feel like I've been missing while dating in America, right? Like it feels like we're stuck in this super hyper individualistic society, right? Where everyone has their own goals. Everyone's a cog in this matrix of a machine, machine of this matrix, so to speak, right? And so it kind of feels like, when you're in a relationship in the US, 9 times out of 10, you're almost stuck, right? Like you're having to deal with another individual who has their own goals, who has their own dreams. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what ends up happening is, let's say, you work one job that's remote, like I am. I'm a software engineer. I work remote. Then I'm dealing with, a woman who wants to be a doctor, so to speak, right? But I have this goal that I want to travel the world. or something like that, right? But she's stuck working at a physical location. It's like you can't get that like, you know, that molding together like you can with a foreign woman who's just looking to be you know, almost like the yin to your yang, and like hold with you well in a way that, like, you know, both of you guys are still achieving your own goals, but the goals of the women abroad aren't so career driven as American women. What's your perspective on all of
this? Is we're collectivist people in an individualist society. You can't live like that. These people don't understand that. And also, Jay was right. I told him several times, these women told on themselves for the last 2 years, and they didn't hold back. We were quiet. We were nice about it. Now we decided to move on. Now they have a problem with it. Nobody said anything about color, so because every woman from every type of color and background had something to say, and they all said it. They said it more than enough times that you knew they meant it. And the you know, all the likes, you know, showed that they meant that shit. They meant it. So it's not like they didn't have a chance to turn it away. You had 2 years to put this away. And I'm like, if you really wanted to stay, one, you could have been positive. But the next thing is that you could have done a video that goes against their grain. There's plenty of good women out there. Get up on YouTube and say something. I mean, just say something. And they couldn't do that. It's like you see what's about to happen, a car crash about to happen. You see it coming, but you're not moving out of the way. You're just standing there, and it's facing you. I'm just like, I don't get that.
Let me. I want to get y'all's opinion on something. Appreciate the super chat, Delano, and we want to see what this guy has to say about us. We also had that same delusional lady over here in the waiting room. She claims that she was falsely labeled a troll and she wants a chance. I don't know if we're gonna give her a chance back yet, though, because I don't know about that.
Well, I just want to say that I have several family members from different countries, from Germany, from Thailand, from everywhere, Mexico, everywhere. So she was just saying a whole bunch of stuff that just didn't make sense. If you want to marry a white guy with blue and get blue eyes, that's your business. But don't blame it on us. Nobody's there's plenty of black women over there, you know. And I will say this. I know it sounds stupid. Some of these people don't mind bringing sand to the beach, but you couldn't even do that. You couldn't be humble enough to be in those countries. So I'm just like you guys were saying, no, they couldn't survive over there. They just be in trouble all the time.
Let's take a look at this guy.
All right.
Sorry to cut you off. Let's take a look at this guy right here. I thought this was kind of interesting.
That's a guy?
Yeah, exactly, right? Y'all hear that?
No.
If it's the one I think, yeah.
Oh, all right, it's not playing. I can't hear any at all.
By the way, I want to follow up on that discussion about
that can't be a guy.
Dudes are tricks.
Come on, Jay.
These dudes have a firm understanding that they're so socially awkward and so socially inept that they need to pay to have access to coochie. Thing is, they're so broke that they can't afford the cost of women, sex workers here in the United States. So these dudes with warehouse jobs, these are the type of Negroes that work on the line up there in Detroit in the car plants. They take their little 35, 40K overseas because it stretches longer. Ladies, can we talk about the passport bros today? When you see dudes saying they got their passport and they about to go overseas to find their wife, and you see they have the initials SYSBM in their bio, which is short for Save Yourself Black Man, those dudes are tricks. These dudes have a firm understanding that they're so socially awkward and so socially inept that they need to pay to have access to coochie. Thing is, they're so broke that they can't afford the cost of women, sex workers here in the United States. So these dudes with warehouse jobs, these are the type of Negroes that work on the line up there in Detroit in the car plants. They take their little 35, 40K overseas because it stretches longer. Ladies, can we talk
So
about
I'm
passport
laughing. I'm
bros?
laughing
Can I
at
say
the
anything?
chat room gang right now, man.
And
They
that
got
Can,
me cracking
can
up.
I say
They're
anything?
saying he looked like the
he
guy
he
who
said
Man.
it sounds like this is the I'm not gay no more dude.
Oh, I was about to say something horrible, some serious words.
I'm
Oh
delivered.
man, I'm delivered. Come
So what y'all
on,
think about?
man.
What you think about Mike? What do you think about this guy right here?
I was like, go ahead and suck that dick, nigga. I'm just like, what the hell? What you bringing? Shut up! You don't even like women. Get out of here.
I think he might be mad at us because he wants to keep your dick here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yo,
Sweet,
man.
sweet little mouth.
I'm getting tired of these dudes pandering. You know what's funny? That dude to be with his girl in New York City. You know what
And
guy
she,
used to do to dudes like him? Dudes
Right.
would walk up on his girl and start
Right.
talking to his girl while he there and pull her away from him. That's what happened to guys like this.
I'm
So
right
you
up
talking
there.
about
because you be the one to do it.
yeah, exactly. I would be the one to do it. Yeah, I walked right on him and he wouldn't do nothing about
Facts,
it. And
bro.
I mean, that's just the kind of guy he is, you know. But he talking about us. And
Yep.
Austin said it too. They always try to say, "Oh, guys don't have game." You know, it's not about game. If you
I
have
mean, does it
charisma,
sound like we don't
that's all you need.
communicate?
I mean, does it
You have
sound like this
charisma.
guy has
Yeah.
game? Would you expect this man to have game?
Hell no.
Oh, no. Nah, I
He's
take
not a
girl to hug you.
conversationalist.
Exactly.
Shoot. Sounds like he's
to me,
swallowing penis.
audacity.
Shit.
Hold on, we got somebody. We got this woman. She's been watching the entire live, and she's a hater. She
Oh,
says,
God.
but Austin said that $100 can get you 10 dates overseas. Just because it's cheaper does not mean we can't afford to go on dates here. No.
No.
Why would I shop at Whole Foods when I can get the same quality at Walmart?
And you know what? But you know, you said it,
Better.
Austin. You said it. You said it because in these other countries, there's no need to get non-GMO because it's already non-GMO.
My bad. I didn't mean to say same quality. I meant better quality.
Yeah.
I
You're
don't
even eating better. Everything.
I don't
Exactly.
expect somebody who makes, probably about 40,000. If this woman is the average woman, I don't expect somebody who makes 40,000 a year who spends their money on Louis Vuitton to know anything about financial literacy. Why saving your money and going abroad and being a capitalist and going to where your money goes further just makes financial sense. I'm just saying.
But I'm just like also building communities and stuff like that because a lot of us don't want to come back to that. But then there's doing businesses between each other. What was that?
So let's take a look at this one real quick. I can't hear that one either. I haven't really seen this one.
All right.
Is that a 2 in the Philippines?
All right.
Jay, is that a 2 in
Isn't
the
she
Philippines?
half black?
She looked like she got some black in her for sure.
So she's Asian and black, right? So is that a diss?
That's
How's that a
interesting.
diss?
All right.
We mixed mystery. We might make you wait a lot longer. We need some different women to
Mute
call
the
us.
music there, brother. I can't hear you.
Oh,
All right.
y'all couldn't hear me?
No. Mute it after it plays once. That repetition is something.
Right.
Oh,
Oh, and hit that Cash App, people.
For
You
sure.
got that camera, right, Jay? Oh, we made sure he got that.
Super
so
Moist
this-
was instructed by his mama to speak out against the passport, bro.
So what's up with this one? Apparently, she was raised in Asia.
I guess
I'm
she's
not
talking about the effect of why they switch when they get back to the States.
Right. Here's the thing, right? Like, there's a few things here, and I agree. She probably thinks that that's her perspective, but I'm gonna say something about this. If she was raised in Asia, she probably has good beliefs.
Manners.
So I'm not gonna just bash this woman if she was raised in Asia. She probably don't have a bunch of liberal beliefs. But the thing about Asia, especially depending on where she was raised in Asia, Asia definitely does have that image that perspective on beauty of, you know, the pale skin and all that kind of stuff. So,
Right.
you know, she probably is viewed, you know, less attractive in Asia, but then you come to America and you got a bunch of fucking simps here who are just gonna overvalidate you. So I don't, and that's a perfect example of why you shouldn't bring, you know, women from across over here, because then you have a bunch of simps who are gonna overvalidate those women and give them that extra validation, and then they're gonna get a little too confident.
Would you say she's a 9.5 though?
That's just my perspective on that thing.
Would you say she's a 9.5?
I wouldn't,
Like a
you know,
7,
not to my
8, 6.
standard, you know, but I'm not gonna say she's unattractive. I'd
A
probably
model is a 6.
Yeah.
She ain't a model. She's in the 5 range.
Yeah. You know, but it's just interesting that that was her perspective living in Asia, and then she comes to the States, and yeah, she gets that over validation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Let's bring somebody else in real quick.
All right, bud. I'll talk to you later. You got that camera, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. And hit that Cash App, people. You know you need to hit it. Because this brother needs to get some more gear. You know what I'm saying? He needs new microphones. He needs you know, all that stuff on the walls. He's got to get it. And he's doing other trips. In fact, we need to get him zooming to Thailand. You understand that?
I'm
that
on the way.
costs. All right, brothers. Cash App, because it ain't free. And you've been coming in for free. It's time to pay. All right?
I
You have a
appreciate
good
it,
one.
man.
That collab would be dope.
I'll be there. Bye.
All right, man. Let's see. We're gonna bring in passport shot right here.
Hey, what's good? What's going on?
What's going on? How you doing?
And I'm chilling, bro. Question. So, what does a full African look like?
I don't know. You might have to go over there.
The girl is shorty, old girl.
We gonna have to go to the. We might have to go. I don't know. I can't. I mean, I thought we all knew what. I don't know. That's just a fucked up question, a fucked up statement she put out there.
Yo, she was bugging, bro. I'm listening to this. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? She tripping, bro.
Yeah,
You know what's crazy though? A full African looks like all of us because they got different genres of Africans. Yeah, they're like me, Austin, you, and Rilla.
Yeah, but according to her, none of us look like. Yeah,
no, we all do.
We all
look like Africans. Yeah.
Africans come in all different shades.
Exactly.
Nah, that was crazy. But yo, so Austin, so what's the difference? What's some major pros and cons that you've seen as far as the differences between Colombia and Brazil?
Okay, so I know that the Colombia experts they police Colombia, so I'm only gonna say Medellin so far.
I'm a Colombia guy. I've never been to Brazil, so
okay. Between because I've only been to Rio. That's about to change real soon, though. But between Rio and Medellin, it's the number of working girls. In the tourist zone, you would expect them to be in a tourist zone in every country, right? But in Brazil, it's like 10% of the time you go run into a girl that's selling herself. But in Medellin, the vlog I got you. I mean, if you're a Colombia guy, you seen it. They just standing around like they out there.
It's just like that in Cartagena too. It's bad. Yeah,
you know what? Austin,
they look good too.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, Austin, because you know you spend a lot of time putting Brazilian women on a pedestal.
Okay,
right? So you my boy, so I'm gonna hit you hard with it too.
Hit him with it. Hit him with it.
You gotta give me, and I mean when I say a good one, I'm not gonna let you slide. If I feel like you skated or danced, I'm gonna re-ask the question. You need to give me one good solid con, a good con of dating a Brazilian woman. And it needs to be solid, bro. It needs to be something where we think like, man, you know, that's damn.
That is a really good. I'm not gonna be solid on this one. But they possibly could be ran through. That's
Okay,
other
elaborate.
than that, I don't know, because they're pretty. When it comes to cooperative, they pretty cooperative. They not gonna. It's not gonna be that hard to get them in the room. So,
do you feel like the culture over there? Do you get a sense like that the culture over there is very like liberated? Like they're very promiscuous, or like what's your take there?
I'm gonna say they're promiscuous, but that's a really good question you asked. And what is a con? I mean, they're promiscuous for sure. Sex is not just taboo, or they're not shamed for having sex with you on the first date, but it doesn't seem like they're doing it to everybody. But I would say there are a large amount of whores. But I'm not calling all of them whores, because I wouldn't be down there, because I didn't like Medellin, because there was a lot of whores there. I mean, I did
Do you feel like the women you dated over there, like, do you feel like they were very liberal, or how do you gauge and find a good Brazilian then, if that's the culture? Do you feel like sex is viewed in a way where it's like it doesn't interfere with the quality of the relationship like it does here? Because over here, in the manosphere, we talk about how if you got a high body count, it kind of hinders your ability to connect with a man, right? Do you get the sense of that sort of same energy happening amongst Brazilian women with their men, or just with men in general?
No, because there was a chick the same age as me out there, and she was a pro. She had too much experience to be 23, and we still had a way better connection than the women in the States. So I don't think them being promiscuous, like they say here, being promiscuous can kind of inhibit. I find that to be true, right? The chicks that have less bodies seem to stick around a lot longer. They're a lot more timid, yeah. But the chicks that have more bodies are going to be a lot more aggressive, because they have more experience. They can't be manipulated as much because they've had more interactions. But I would say, to find a good Brazilian chick, just like any other country, instead of being in a hot spot like Rio, you might have to go to Belo Horizonte. Is still like a big city, but it's not big like Rio or Sao Paulo. And I actually brought a chick in from Belo Horizonte, and she was, I don't know how many bodies she had, right? But she seemed to be a lot lower. She was a lot more, she was a lot more, she was a lot more timid. Like I said, just a lot more. She wasn't as easy. I had to talk to her for a while.
Right.
But that's part of the strategy, right? I mean, if you want to line something up, I advise you talk. Some people say 2 weeks. Give it 6 weeks.
Yeah. I think that's interesting, right? Because one of my beliefs that I have here, right, is that women getting played so much and having a high body count kind of leads to that, them being introduced to feminism, taking on that masculine mindset, that strong, independent mindset. And so I'm kind of wondering, how much does, feminism itself and the pain of getting hurt repetitiously by certain kinds of men, by women who just don't know how to court and be vetted by men, or don't look for red flags in men, plays into how a lot of women here in the West lose their femininity, and how that kind of makes them unattractive to us, and how we got here into the position that we're in currently. So I wanted to ask those questions, not to put you on the spot, but I feel like a lot of people probably got a lot of value out of that.
Well, I've said this before too. The difference between, I'm gonna read some super chats after I answer this, but the difference between American women and chicks in Brazil is a chick in Brazil can get hurt 4 or 5 times, and her treatment for the next man is not gonna slack. Therefore, she has a better shot at getting married. If she was doing manicures, washing clothes, cooking, and consistent sex, she can get hurt 10 times in a row, be 30 years old with 2 babies. And I'm saying this because I had a chick I've met out there that was doing these things, not the manicures, that was just me saying that. But it was still as if she wanted me to marry her. Versus a chick in the States, by the time, really, it seems like if they start dating at 18, by the time they're 23, they done lost all their femininity. But by the time they reach 30 and have 2 kids,
do you feel
their behavior is killing any chance of them getting married. And they're not gonna they flip from let me serve you to you need to cash at me or you need to do all this stuff to win me over. Just like the chicks in the video.
Right.
They were 23, 22 years old and they're saying he needs to win me over.
Right.
When I'm not trying to be rude to him, but I mean, I don't want to go there. I could go there with him, but what are we winning? You know,
Right,
what are we,
exactly. You
you
know,
don't even know what you're going to do for me.
and so I guess I'll ask all you guys this question, hearing what you heard about all of this, right? Like, do you guys really feel like, is it feminism? Is it feminism itself and the mindset that the feminist movement puts onto American women's mindset and psyche, the thing that makes them unattractive, or is it the body?
Well,
or is
what
it
I think did it? What I think did it with feminism was it made women feel as equal as men, meaning they think they can be like men, go out and have sexual relations with 100 men like men can do a woman. It doesn't affect us mentally. It doesn't affect us spiritually. You know, when women do it, they're not built to do it. You know, and it's the same thing. My wife said it so many times. My wife's from the Philippines. We have an outie and they have an innie. You know, what we have is outside. You know, we shoot it out of us. It goes inside of them. And the same thing, like Auston even said, I seen him say it. That's why women's pH is off, right? Because they're taking sperm from so many different guys inside of them, and then you go to take their clothes off. It's happened to me so many times in the U.S. too, and they funky down there. And the reason why it's like that is because too many guys are shooting in them, and the woman is so loose that they're letting random guys shoot up in them raw. You can see it on TikTok too. Same thing we said earlier. These women are telling on themselves, oh, oh yeah, and you can get it raw. They say that about guys. They're saying on these different quick short videos on TikTok. Oh yeah, he can get it raw. Yeah, it's crazy.
Let me,
You know what I
let me
what I
read these
think.
super chats real quick before you start passport shot. Lewis said, just putting a little bit of something in the church fund. Good work, guys. I appreciate that. Los D says, I'm a hater. I'm hating on you dudes buying BS and having spent the $165 to expedite that passport application. You're a simp. Just kidding. Go get that. I appreciate that. And hey, real, I want to holler at you. How do I reach you?
I would say, man, just hit me up on Discord, bro. That's, don't hit me up on my personal Facebook. I have a lot of people who do that. I'm not trying to get doxxed. I don't have my own YouTube or anything like that. Like, I'm just here to help Auston.
You gotta get one, man.
I'm telling you, a lot of people told me to do that, but I'm corporate America, man. So I try to keep it low key. I'm just on here. Hit me up on the Discord channel. It's Rilla on there as well. Send me a personal message.
Darius, if you want to come up, the link to join the StreamYards at the top, or I will post it. Larry says that interview at North Park Mall was great content. Absolutely. There'll be more coming here in a few days. And I have the microphones. Sarah says, yo, I have a question for the panel. I think you should have put it right there.
Why you should come on the panel if that's a woman. She's got questions.
It is.
Join.
It is feminism. The modern woman has no clue what the world is like when the lights go off. It's great to see Jay on your panel. I've been following Jay since before he married Kay. Vulcans, appreciate that super chat. Appreciate everybody's super chats. I also seen somebody said that women in Brazil. Well, let me see. So I'm gonna have to disagree with this one right here. He says it's all social media. True feminism didn't cause the issue. Social media did. But I always say this: there is social media in Philippines, Brazil, Thailand, Colombia, everywhere else. What is the difference? It's not just feminism. It's a combination of all of them. It's feminism, social media, and it's the laws in the United States that allow, because a lot of these other countries, they're not allowed to behave the way that these women here are allowed to.
Yeah, very true. Simps too. Don't forget that over-validation definitely does something to increase the woman's perspective or delusion about what her actual SMV is.
Exactly. It's poison woman, yeah.
So now what's y'all take on this, right? Because this is my thinking on why everything got so bad, because I know earlier you guys was talking about, COVID kind of gave everyone a platform and people talking and this and that, and that's where it really stemmed from, starting to get real bad. But my take on it is this, and I don't know how in touch y'all are with what's going on and stuff, but when COVID happened, you had a lot of these PPP loans and SBAs and all this other stuff, and dudes was getting money, right? And illegally. So dudes was getting money legally and illegally. And I saw that a lot of guys was flying girls out, buying them BBLs, boob implants, all this other stuff, right? Using them up and sending them right back to the hood. So they come back to the projects. They body look nice and everything, but they just got used up and tossed to the side. But my thing is this: women, they kind of got a taste of the high life or the good life, and now they expect that from all the men. You know what I'm saying? Your regular working guys, your bad guys and stuff like that. And I think that's what really made it bad, especially for like the Black community. Like all communities, but like that's what really did it. Like when that COVID and SBAs and PPP loan, when that hit the ground, it was over, and it's hard to come back from that.
I feel like I'll kind of jump in there, right? Because to an extent, there are a lot of women who do expect the world and above, right? For even just the average man. But then, I also ask a few people, like, what range of women are we speaking about, right? Because it could vary, in my day-to-day life. I can't say that I always run into women who have those expectations. What I think is more common and what's becoming even more prevalent, which to me is just a crazy state of delusion amongst women, is this perspective that women feel like they should be able to work and have a man provide for them while they don't contribute to the bills at all. That 50-50 mindset that they're so against, but then want a man to provide for them while they still remain modern women. I don't find that dating, like if you were to go talk to a woman, I only the like 9s and 10s have that super delusion where they just want to date with like millionaires and all that. And then on social media and TikTok, you notice a lot of women who are kind of with this mindset, similar to that. But me and my personal dating experience, I still come across a lot of women who are fine with just some normal dates, Buffalo Wild Wings or something simple. You know what I mean? But even that, it could be a little pricey. I mean, me personally, I'm a foodie, so I could go spend $80 at B-Dubs quick. What is your guys' perspective on this whole like 50-50 thing and modern women thinking that men should provide and they should also be allowed to go to work and save all their money and not contribute?
It's a ultimate form of delusion, right? You want that, because what you just said doesn't even make sense. They want 50-50 and they want you to provide. That doesn't even that's saying you want 50% and 100%.
Right. What I really meant to say is they're against 50-50, right? But they want men to provide. They want to be modern women, right? And want traditional men, but don't want to be traditional women. So in other words, they want their men to go work, provide, pay all the bills while they're also working and not.
They don't contribute though.
Well, let me ask you a question. They want men to provide and they want to go to work and keep all their money, right? Are any of these women that say they're married? Nobody's buying that product. Like I said, if this was a video game at GameStop and you read the summary and it said that shit on the back, do you think anybody's gonna buy that?
Exactly. Nope.
I want you to buy this video game for 100% of the price, and I'm never gonna play.
My biggest thing is I really wonder where that started, because that one feels new. Prior to the pandemic, I never heard that talking point.
Well,
it's been that way for a while. Actually, that's been around for a while. That's been around since back in the day. It started with, you would even hear KS talk about it all the time. It started with women in the 60s to the 70s. I remember around the 80s, right? Because my mother was one, but still, those women then coming up that time, they would go get the bag and they would cook and they would take care of their family. You know, then right after that, from there, it all went downhill. Like when it hit the 90s, going into the 2000s, that's when it went downhill. Women just weren't cooperative at all. Women wanted 50-50 and 100. And women were doing it even back then in the 80s, but then it got worse. Hit 99, 2000, it got worse. And then at the same time, women weren't cooperative. So that's when it all went downhill from there.
I feel like dating in America, period, is just a setup. Like the 50-50, and you know, I saw somebody in the comments say 90-10. You know, it's just like, I feel like, because I went to Colombia. I've been traveling a little bit, but my most recent trip was Colombia. And when I came back, I deleted all my dating apps and stuff. I want nothing to do with none of these American women. Like, that's the part where I'm at here in America. But for men that are still dating in America, I feel like it's a trap off. Even if you find a feminine woman, she could still be tainted by all the garbage that's going on, and you end up having a kid by her or anything like that, you are screwed. Like you're finished. Like, I don't know if any of you guys saw Frustrated too, but that right there is enough to let you know, like, you can't be messing with these women at all, because even if you could be paying child support for a kid that's biologically not even yours, and it's still legal. Like, like, man, this dating in America is
I'll raise you one. And here's something that a lot of fellas don't understand. And guys, please do your due diligence on this one, because it depends on your state and your locality. But if you live with a woman and you are in a civil union with someone, meaning you live together, if you live too long with that woman, you can end up being put on spousal alimony.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that's where you was going with that.
Mm-hmm. That is lawful in certain states. It's crazy out here.
It's a money grab. It's a money grab for women to date. And that's why, you know, Black Filipino, he was talking, you know, men is just busting in them all crazy, and they getting passed around and this and that or whatever. But like, from the female's perspective, it's a money grab for them, so it's smart. But us men, we got to smarten up, man, because this is ridiculous.
So we are going to bring in another guy. I appreciate you coming through, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. Keep doing your thing, all you guys. You feel me?
Thank you, man. I appreciate all that valuable input you gave us too.
Hey, I know this is your platform, but if I could just shout me out a little bit, I got a YouTube channel as well, Passport Shot. I hope you guys subscribe and support. I've been supporting these guys and stuff, so you know.
Passport Shot, are you from Queens?
Nah, originally I'm from the Bronx, but I live upstate New York now, Utica area. So yeah. Why, you can hear the New York accent or something?
No, I'm from New York too.
All right, yeah, no doubt, bro.
All right, cool.
But I'll catch y'all later, all right?
All right, later.
All right.
You know,
we got Plant-Based Base. She said we should feel like sellouts, I guess. Look, I got the call line pinned at the top of the chat. You cowards need to call in, but y'all usually don't do that.
Definitely, you know, Plant-Based Bay, if you know, you feeling all plant-based, come on in. You know, like, just come in, ask us those questions. You know, we'll definitely.
Yeah, we're very respectable too. Nobody's gonna cuss you out. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, sir? Sorry about that. I was waiting to get on. How y'all doing?
Good, and you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I was chatting a little bit with Nick's Mystery in the private chat.
Oh yeah, I kicked her out. I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah. What are you gonna say? I think that her issue was focused on race, and it should have been on culture. It's about culture, not race. I've been to places where they had never seen Black people before, in Europe. And let me tell you something, if anything, it was more curiosity and more so people wanting to get to know you and understand how you are as a person and your culture. So it's not about that. And I said this on another podcast as well. My treatment was much better outside the country than it's been here in the US as far as being treated as a person. And that's from both men and women, not just dating, just in personal relationships in general, both platonic and romantic. So with that, I mean, it's somebody, maybe she traveled a little bit, maybe she didn't. I don't know. I can't call it.
Okay.
So
give me 1 second. Imagine paying all the bills and getting divorced and losing half. Absolutely. I never even thought about it that way.
That's the main reason I'm against it, right? For me, my perspective, not too long ago, before I started deciding to go to get my passport and all that, my perspective was, if I'm going to mess with an American woman, the only way I would deal with her is if she's working her whole life and paying half the mortgage and everything. Because if in the worst case scenario, she's going to take half, then I need her to have contributed half. Because these laws just don't favor men. That's just my perspective, man. And to kind of follow up on that, man, I'm wondering, what do you guys feel about this, right? Because I kind of feel like this is a system built on design, right? We often talk about how the U.S. is a corporation, right? Before, we didn't have a need for women to be in the workplace, right? A lot of the jobs back in the day were very heavy industrial leaning jobs. They were very dangerous. Women stayed in textile or nursing jobs, or were early software engineers crunching numbers, doing desk jobs that were rare, right? And it kind of feels like ever since we continued to grow as a country, and things continued to evolve, and we became the richest country on the face of the planet, it kind of almost feels like the government's forcing us to become hyper individualistic, so that we play those parts within this cog in the wheel. Like, do you guys feel like the country is pushing us all to be individuals, not really stay together, and form families to continue to grow, and for us to be more quote unquote productive?
I would agree.
Oh, I would definitely agree. But I think it's based on corporate interest as opposed to the government coming up with a grand scheme.
It's a money grab, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a money grab, because people that are in power and run this nation, if in fact they can keep the average family weak, we're not going to have enough time to see what's really going on to begin with, right? Between working 50 to 60 hours a week, at least up here in the Northeast Corridor, that's what we do. And then dealing with your family, you don't have the time. And nowadays, a lot of people don't have the money. So the families are weak. And then what do we hear? Independent. I'm an independent woman. No one's independent. We're all interdependent. I'm not a doctor. If I get a wound, I got to go to somebody. That's not being independent. Dependent means you're out in the woods on your own, making it. But when you're living within a society, you are not independent, you're interdependent. And it's a little hard to hear from females with this I'm an independent woman thing, because ultimately what happens? You get married, you get divorced, you get half, even though you might not have worked for it. You have a child, you get child support. Then along with the child support comes EBT card for food, right? Free health care. How is that independent if you're not doing it yourself?
It's all up front.
But maybe it's me. I don't know.
Jay, you have a take?
Oh yeah, man. Just with this whole thing, like you said, with the independent woman, it was all a money grab. It was a scam by the Rockefellers. They started the feminism thing, independent woman thing. Now, the woman, and they still do it like that. I see women on TikTok, ultra feminists, saying that women in Philippines are slaves, and they're saying they should feel like they need help, and what is happening is women are saying, no, we don't need your help. And there's also women that are working and they're taking TikToks saying, I'll do anything for a man to help me.
I'll do anything you want. Just get me out of this job. It's getting bad now. But now, why did it have to come to that though? You know, women were saying I'm so independent, and now they're taking videos of themselves at work, mad faces, typing at the desk. And it's sad, man. I look at this and I'm like, man, it's that bad. It's really that bad for women now because they're sad and they're taking TikToks, upset, and they're not even talking. They're just typing mad at the desk. I'll do anything for a guy to take me away from this.
And
But it's too late.
even the sadder part about it, right, is, you know, not only are we pushed to become these hyper independent individuals, but then we're sold this mindset of hyper consumerism.
Yes,
You know, and part of it is kind of sold with by ourselves on social media. You know, needing the best designer, needing the best products, which, you know, abroad you could go get the knockoff that looks really official for damn near, you know, 10% of the price. You know, what's your guys' perspective on how consumerism is playing a role into all of this and dating dynamics and all of that? Because it's sold in within Black culture and rap and all of that, and I really feel like that takes a massive role on it. Maybe we'll start with Auston.
Give me 1 second. Sir, we have to bring in another guest. We have a female that was one of the original females that I brought the show in for, but we're going to bring her in real quick. I appreciate you calling in, man. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said thanks for having me. Gentlemen, have a good night.
Appreciate the support, man.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
Should I introduce myself?
Yes. So tell everybody where you are from. How old are you? What is your name?
Okay. Where am I from? So I would say I was born in Irving, but I'm first generation here. I have Nigerian parents, so my perspective might be in between. Also, my name is Abigail. I am 27.
Okay. And are you single, married?
In a relationship.
For how long?
Like 2 weeks now.
2 weeks. Well, I want to let you know that we invited many, many women to come in today, and you were the only one that showed up. And this has proved my point that these women are flakes in the United States. This goes to show you it doesn't even have to be a sexually interested date for them to not show up to something. We wanted to have a discussion that they have so much to leave comments under my post and talk the worst shit. And then they don't show up when it's time to talk about it civilly. We're not going to argue and call you out your name here. We just want to talk about it. They can't even show up for that. So, guys, get your passport. That isn't towards you, though, Abigail. I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
So, what are your physical wants from a man? Your man is from the United States, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is your physical wants from a man?
Physical wants, I usually want whatever I bring. I work out a lot, so I'm gonna want a man that works out and focuses on his health. That's pretty much probably it. I just probably want somebody that's fit.
Okay, so he doesn't have to be over 6 foot.
So I would love for him to be over 6 foot, but as long as he's tall, like next to me when I'm wearing heels, I'll be fine with that.
And how tall are you?
5'7".
So you got to be about 6 foot. Because if you got on heels, you almost 5'10", right?
In heels, like 5'10", yeah.
Yeah, so he got to be about 6 foot. What about financial wants? What are the financial wants from a man? You're in Texas as well, so.
Yeah. I would say, okay, if I'm starting off from like childhood and growing up, like I said, my parents are Nigerian. There's always a finance when it comes to that. They're all about money. But my financial wants is not as extreme as the American financial wants because that's not what I was raised on. I was more raised on comfortability of what's enough money for your family to survive. Yes, you can like go beyond that measure of getting more money, but as long as your family's good when it comes to providing, that's what's more important financially than like the actual price of money a person makes.
What do you feel that number is?
So for me, I would equally like somebody to be making the same amount as money as me. But if I'm talking about being in a relationship with a man when it comes to marriage wise, I would at least like my significant other to make 100,000 to 200,000 a year, because nowadays, if we were being logical, modernly, people don't believe in marriage anymore. They believe in having kids. So having a kid is more expensive than just being in a relationship. So if I'm going to be dating somebody that has that money and they're talking about having kids before marriage, I need your income to match the child.
So let me ask you this, if you don't mind, how much income do you bring in yearly?
70K.
Okay. So
Why'd you hit your head?
I didn't know. I didn't.
Why'd you hit your head?
Oh,
I'm just saying because you just mentioned the guy needs to make as much as you.
Yeah.
Did you not?
No, I did mention that. And the only reason why I say that he needs to make as much as me is because currently right now, yes, I'm making 70K, but I want to make more money than that. And most guys that I have date are making the amount that I suggested.
Okay. So I would say if you said that he needs at least 100 grand, let's say he was making what you made, which is 70, 140 grand. I think that's pretty good because we're in the same area. So in DFW, I think that's pretty good. But how eligible is the average man for the average woman's standards in the United States? What shot do you say the average guy has with getting with the average woman? Do you think it sounds about right? Like, average could get with average or what?
Average can get with average.
I'm thinking no.
It matters. I would say honestly, like I know I can say I'm a female that's built different, but I honestly can say it matters the female's mindset due to the fact that like if I'm with somebody that's making 70K, in my head, I want my significant other to, if he's gonna be the man in the household, make more money than me. So if I can help you find a hustle that can make you more money, or if I know your job title and I know you can get probably like certifications that can make you more money, I will push you to do that than to just be settled at your income, because I'm not settled with my income.
Okay, so let me ask you a harder question. We're gonna get off the finances. How are you gonna enhance? Let me give you a little overview of myself. I date overseas. I'm through with you women in the United States.
Oh,
they have just shown me a different level of embracing my masculinity. How would you enhance your current man's masculinity? How would you inspire and empower him through masculinity? How would you enhance his masculinity?
I don't know how to answer that question.
What are you gonna do that is feminine to enhance his masculinity? Somebody needs comments. What are you gonna do to enhance his masculinity? I'm gonna give you an example if you don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't know. So I'm gonna give you an example. This is a typical example. I had a chick in Brazil, and she used to just tell me, "Auston, you're so masculine," and that empowered that was like a dopamine rush. What is something similar you could do to enhance your man's masculinity like that woman in Brazil did?
Okay. I've never told a man that he's so masculine, but I don't know. I feel like if you compliment your man on a daily, he should know. I don't know about enhancing masculinity. Like, how do I teach a man masculinity when I don't have that?
No. So in teaching and enhancing is, well, let me use a different word. Embrace. How are you going to embrace his masculinity? Take your time.
That question is throwing me for a loop because masculinity for me, when it sounds more like a manly thing. So
it is. But is masculinity embraced by femininity?
No.
No. So, because let me tell you something. If
Mhm.
you are a female and I'm a male and I'm masculine, and I bring a masculine woman with me, that doesn't enhance my masculinity because she's competing with me. But if I put a super girly girl
Mm.
next to my masculine self, that embraces me. What are you gonna do that's so super girly that only a woman would do to her man to embrace her masculinity, his masculinity?
I mean, for me, I equally believe in treating your partner how you want to be treated. So, like, if my partner what takes me out to the spa or something, I'm gonna want to turn around and take my partner out to the spa or do something for him in return, so he equally feels as loved as I feel loved. So, when you say embracing masculinity, um, I don't know. Like, I'll try to be as loving and feminine as possible so he feels like a man, but I'm never gonna like demasculate him or something, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, so give me three behaviors that you consider feminine.
Three behaviors I consider feminine. That is so hard.
Well, why is that hard?
That is so hard. I mean, like I said, from my background of being Nigerian, like we don't really have those differences. Like women do the same thing as men. Like there's no like division in the house. Like my dad cooked, my mom
That's not
cooked.
division.
I'm
That's
like,
unity.
I mean, it's unity, but like what you're saying of like making a man feel masculine or something, like what are you talking about? Showing
So,
them love?
so the chicks I've been dealing with outside of the country, the short time I
Ooh,
was
outside of
there,
the country.
maybe 2 weeks. Well, not maybe, it was 2 weeks. The chicks I was dating, right? This is a form of femininity. They weren't combative. So if we had a disagreement, we're humans. We're gonna have disagreements. We're not gonna disagree on everything. She has a right to have her own opinion. But when it came to, I'm not gonna let up if I'm right, right? If you're right, I'm gonna let you have it. If I'm right, I'm gonna stand on my point. But she, unlike the American woman, she's gonna pretty much say, I don't want to argue with baby, or let's just leave it alone. You know, you have it. They don't want to be combative with their man, but the American woman will take you there to the jailhouse.
I won't.
She'll
Can
take you
I
to the jailhouse.
say
So
something?
go ahead.
All right, so I'm Cameroonian and I have a bunch of Nigerian friends. And can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of Nigerian friends, and they say the same thing that she says. They want a guy who is 6 feet tall, who makes six figures, and they roughly make around 80K and above, and they want the same guy. And most of them are Nigerians, and some of them are Ghanaians, but it's kind of stiff. Most of them kind of want the same guy, but a lot of these guys are dating like white girls, Hispanics. I see them all the time. I can pull up my Facebook and Instagram right now and show it to you. So these are facts. I see it all the time. All these Nigerian girls who want the exact same guy, a lot of them don't get these guys because, especially if they're Nigerian as well, a lot of them are marrying Latinas, white girls, Asians, and whatever else is out there. And a lot of these girls all want the exact same thing.
Agreed.
It's not surprising, you know.
Really, let me touch on this point real quick before I lose this point. I'm gonna ask you this, and then Jay right here in the yellow shirt. I'm gonna tell him the answer because he gave a statement earlier that if you don't get this, he'll be able to fill this in. How will you support your man with his ambitions, career, purpose? How are you going to support him as his wife?
Okay, so I answered this question before, but I'll answer it again because you didn't ask it in that form. But I will give an example actually at this time. So I had a guy that I was dating one time, and he had lived in Kansas, and he was a financial advisor. And he just started doing financial advising, didn't know what he was doing. And I had friends that did Scrum Master. So I told him, try to do Scrum Master. I will help you do your social media because I'm really good with content creating social media. I'll help you do your social media. I'll help you promote that business in order for that business to start off and boom so you can get that income and money so people can know you. Even if me and you don't get into marriage, at least I'm helping you get your business started. That was the last guy I was dating before the guy I dated now. And he cheated on me as well with an Asian woman. So thank you for proving my point, my
Why
guy.
did he cheat? Why did
Huh?
he cheat with that? Why did he cheat with that Asian woman?
I don't know. Ask him.
Well,
He didn't have.
I'll
He
tell you what
didn't
happened.
have an excuse when I confronted him about it. He was just like, "Oh, I didn't know we were serious."
So was it sex or a relationship that he cheated? Because was it just a hook? Was he just having sex
He
with
had
her,
been
or
dating that girl. He had been dating that girl for 2 years. He was dating me
and
for 7.
You
Well,
know,
I got let me explain this really quickly because it sounds like with the situation there that you dictated to him what he needed to do to improve himself. That's what it sounds like. I'm just being honest with you. You told him like, okay, I'm going to do this for you. It's going to help you, and this is going to do that. I think it would have been better to listen to what he needed from you. You know.
No, but everything I told you that I did for him is things that he needed. He's still doing those things till today.
Is it things that you dictated that he needed, or that he actually, said out his mouth he needs?
He said it out of his mouth that when he first started the financial business, they told him he needs to work on his financial. He needs to work on his social media. He needs to work on his resume. He needs to work on his LinkedIn. I was like, okay, if you're trying to get all this done, I will help you through that process.
Right. Now let me ask you, how much this guy make?
I don't even know because he didn't even tell me.
Do you consider this guy to be a high value man? Like, was he making over 6 figures?
He wasn't.
Okay, interesting. So I'm kind of wondering, right? Because I'm sort of wondering where your standards are here. I just have a few questions to ask you, right? Like, and I have a point I want to get to, but I'm just sort of wondering, right? What's the youngest guy that you would date?
26.
26. All right. Oldest?
34.
Okay. Would you date him if he was married?
No.
Okay. And if he was any race, what races are you open to dating?
Naturally all of them, but my major ones that I usually go for is Black or African.
For sure all of them, or you got to choose one or the other?
Well, I've dated all of them naturally, yes, but if it comes to marriage, I would like to somebody that has the same cultural background or understanding as me, so Black or African.
Okay. So you're not going to seriously date anyone else, but you would marry Black. So let's say Black. All right. And you said he has to be a minimum of 6 feet. He can't be obese. And what was his income level again?
100K.
At least 100K?
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of men do you think make that much?
It's probably not a large percentage, honestly, because I haven't met that many, probably like 5 in my life.
I'm going to put this site here, right? It takes information from the census data or Census Bureau and tells you what percentage of men with your requirements exist in our society. Me putting in those metrics that you said, all of those standards, it's less than 1%. Actually, literally less than 0.05% of Black men who match all of those standards.
So we got about 200 people to pick from.
And most of them have a lot of options. If you're making 6 figures,
like I'm just trying to paint a picture for you, right? So you understand what you're up against, right? Like and I'm just saying this. You're taking. I'm not putting myself out there or nothing like that, right? Like I'm a software engineer. I have that potential, but just on the simple fact that I'm obese, like I'm out the picture. Like you get what I mean? Like there's so many great black men that you excluded out the picture, and literally only 0.05% of Black men meet your requirement.
Hey, let me touch on these super chats real quick. What can you do to level up your man? Is what he's trying to ask you. It amazes me that in America, men that make almost 100K or even millions get more respect from women that divers, pararescue, firefighters, soldiers, etc. I didn't understand that one. Man, with all due respect, you don't know men. Okay. After you get off work, if your man asks you to fix him a plate, will you fix it for him? Good question.
Yeah, I'm curious about that one. Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. Ask if she has ever dated a man who makes over 100K. I think she already said that one. I make 100,000+ driving trucks. So when a woman requires that I make that, she can't be average looking.
What does he look like?
I don't think most women care about that when it comes to men who make over 100K.
I'm
Most
Nigerian.
women will cave in so many different ways just
Yeah.
to find a man who's suitable financially.
I'm Nigerian and Ghanaian mixed, so please don't disrespect Nigeria. It's not Nigeria for the way America taught you. Stop the excuses, lacking knowledge. If she can't define what femininity is, and ask her what defines masculinity in the man she would want to date. What is a masculine man to you?
A masculine man, mostly somebody that handles their own. I have a very independent mom. So my mom, when she first came to America, she was braiding hair. She was taking the bus to the nursing home to become a CNA. After that, she started doing pharmacy school. After pharmacy school, she became a pharmacist. Like, I'm used to steps like that of becoming something. So if I'm going to have a man like that, I would like him to have the same mentality as me.
Does she want to be a mother? Will she raise her daughters to be independent?
Yes.
Let me ask you another question. Let me pull it back up. What do you think men want from women?
That question can honestly not be answered because there's different type of men in this world that want different type of things.
Ma'am, I'm a man, and I can give a universal answer on what women on every damn continent want, including Antarctica.
What is it, money?
Status. Not that they all need a super famous person, but status and wealth will get you a long ways with any woman on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So give me two things that you think men want. United States men, let's say that.
That works. I would say number one, for example, somebody's comment of a woman that looks good. You want to be attracted to whoever you're with. Two, I would say a woman that can cook.
Okay. Now, I would have thrown in femininity in there too.
A woman that's feminine?
Yeah. Now let me ask you this. Let's get on the topic of my channel because I'm not Kevin Samuels. This shit is starting to sound like Kevin Samuels' channel. You know, rest in peace to him. No disrespect, but you know, I'm not trying to fix the community here. It's fucked. Do you think that the men like me that are going overseas are getting a better deal by getting a woman from Brazil, Thailand, the Philippines, Colombia, or any other country?
You're getting a better deal by a woman who probably wants to be with you for citizenship because she probably doesn't like where she's at.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. So for citizenship, let me stop that right there. The women I have dealt with in Brazil want me to move to Brazil, which I will. They want me to move to Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
So that kills the green card is over with.
What's the money currency?
$1, and I'm gonna tell you why that doesn't matter. $1 turns into 5. So right now I'm making a little over 100 grand. That means over there I'd be living like a king. The equivalent to what $500,000 can get you here is what it would translate when I got there. Now,
mind you, it's the same thing in Nigeria.
What?
It's the same thing in Nigeria. $5,000 here is 2 million naira over there. So a woman wanting you to move to her country, she only knows that you're rich if you come to her country. So she's going to want you to move there so you can spend money on her.
And you want a man that makes 200 grand.
Right.
If he makes 200 grand,
women on every continent want money.
But how much did your Brazilian girl make?
I don't care what she makes. I was raised to be a sole provider.
Most men don't care what you make.
Let me actually.
I'm gonna let you know my Brazilian girl. I'm gonna take care of her. Yes.
So let me chime in a bit. So I've been to Colombia, and I've dated a few amount of Colombians and talked to a bunch of Colombian females, and none of them ever asked me for a green card, for it to move to America. It was just like just enjoying the country. There was, I've never been asked that question if they want, or been mentioned to, like, they want to move to another country. It's just I'm not sure why people think that. People keep saying that, but that's never happened. And I've talked to a bunch of females. I even have WhatsApp messages to prove it. So I can screenshot it and send you the whole message.
I have similar females actually get offended when the guys come across like that. Like, say, there's been situations in the Philippines where guys have said to women, I know you want that green card, and the woman would just flat out not talk to him. It's happened.
Yeah, it's happened to me. It's happened to me. And I was joking about, my people back home said that you just want to use me for citizenship. And she's like, you don't even have to talk to me anymore.
Yeah.
But let me. So we got so you tried the citizenship argument. That's not going to work because I'm leaving. I'm going to Brazil very, very soon for good. We can't use the money that, she just wants you for your money, because you want a guy that makes $200,000.
Right.
That's part of your requirements.
I said if he makes up to $100K, that's fine, because I make 30,000 less of that, and you're not telling me how much income she makes. You're telling me you're going to take care of her. So
why her income? But let me say this: her income does not matter, right? And I want you to. Well, you're probably not going to do it. I did an interview with a Brazilian chick, the last one I interviewed, and I asked her, how much money does a man need to make to talk to you? And she didn't understand the question. Do you think an American woman would have understood that question? Yes. Beside the fact, women on every continent, even in biblical days, have been attracted to wealth. So we can't stigmatize women in Brazil for that. What else do you have to say about the foreign women? Like, because these are insults and shaming, like, they just want this and that. What else do you have against the foreign women?
There's nothing against the foreign women. It's just I know both sides.
Well, that's not for them, so it's against them.
Not really, because I've seen this happen multiple times.
On 90 Day Fiancé?
Not 90 Day Fiancé in person. I'm Nigerian. I've seen this happen multiple times.
So let's say, okay, so you don't sound like you're too much for the foreign women. Why would you recommend I not get a chick from Brazil over someone in the United States?
I never said I wasn't for the foreign women.
I was assuming. Go ahead.
The only reason why I said that if foreign women asking for you to move with her, be with her, is probably for income or for green card, is because from my experience, not from just the Brazilian women, you're just talking about Brazil. I'm talking about every foreign woman I know, because I've dealt with citizenship, because I have close people that deal with that. I've dealt with money problems because I have close people that deal with that. I know most foreign women, if they're searching for somebody, they're searching for somebody with a high income compared to where they're at, or they're searching for citizenship. I've seen it happen.
So you're gonna say the majority okay, because the Americans make it seem like that's the majority of what you're running to the majority of the time when we go to these other countries. I'm gonna let you know it's the flip when I get there. The majority of the time, I'm not hearing that. Have I heard plenty of women that say they want to come to the United States? Not plenty, but I've heard it a few times. But those are easy to spot out. Those men that get used up for citizenship, usually it's out of desperation and lust. The dudes that are just desperate for a woman, they get used for citizenship.
Let me give you a perfect example. So in college, I was dating this guy who was doing college football in Canada, and he's an American guy. All right. So he ended up leaving me because he didn't feel like I was providing enough for him. Mind you, he was older than me. He didn't feel like I was providing enough for him because I lived in a dorm and I was still in college. So he decided he wanted to get another woman. That other woman he met, he fell in love with, got her pregnant. She got arrested a year later. Found out she was getting married. She's been married 3 times for citizenship fraud. And then now he's forcefully being married to this woman for 2 years because they have kids together.
What's her race? What race is she?
That's a very nice anecdote, but kudos to you, Auston, for the work you're doing, and to the rest of the panel.
Thank you.
I was born in Philadelphia. I had my first passport at 5, was raised in Ghana, traveled all across the Gulf of Guinea as a young man, came back to the States, matriculated through Howard, started a 35-year career in the Marine Corps. I've dated, bedded, courted women in all 4 corners of the globe. And yeah, you're correct, ma'am. They want to come to the United States to go to Disney World, to see a Walmart, and visit Manhattan. The vast majority do not want to live here simply because of the reasons why we educated men go overseas is quality of life, the dollar goes further, and that there's not the stressors associated with this breaking down society right here. So yes, they want to come and visit, but they love their countries. They love their culture. They love their food. Thai women won't come over here because they can't find the food that they want, particularly over there. So it's a little bit disingenuous. I know we all have the anecdotal studies, but it's not to the level of which the run-of-the-mill Western woman wants to make it out to be.
So let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna read these super chats really quick because it seems like you have a pretty much like a picture of what these women look like. What living conditions, financial, condition do you think that these women in Brazil that I meet are in? What living conditions? Let's start there. What living conditions?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Living conditions. Honestly, you could be talking to somebody that is probably in business, probably has an apartment, probably is surviving over there. But like he said, the dollar goes way different from where she's at in her environment. So she could be doing good for where she's at, but you're doing twice as good for where you're going to go to.
Okay. That didn't answer my question, but let me read these super chats. I'm a blue collar. I made 90 in 122 years in a row. Oh, okay. He's talking about money. Next thing you know, my tax lady said, "Hey, wow, you made an extra 30 grand. I want to introduce you to someone." So I get what he means by that. Ask her, is she willing to share or compete with the other women for the man she wants out of the 0.5% of men she has to choose from? I think she already said she wouldn't date him if he was married. So we know the answer to that question. Define masculinity. She said to start describing her mom. Yeah, I did. I heard that. I did hear that. She did bring up her man.
I'm
her
sorry,
mom.
like my mom is a strong woman.
I heard that. I noticed that when you said
especially
that.
African women, they are strong.
And that's the problem. Please stop the cap. Most people in the world want to move to the United States. I am from Nigeria. Please stop saying women from third world countries do not want to move to the USA. We appreciate that donation, but you are wrong.
100% wrong.
There's
a couple I know from Ghana that has one's a doctor and one's a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Yes, they live and work in Charlottesville, make great cash, but all their money goes back to where? To Accra, where they have several compounds, they're taking care of their family. Now they have the direct flights from Dulles to Accra. They're back all the time. They're getting the best of both worlds.
I don't know. I don't understand why a lot of Americans think that, they don't see that people around the world don't see what's going on over here in the U.S.
Yeah.
We shove our media down the world's throat. Those people see what's going on here. Those people see the racism with the cops. Those people see when a certain president gets elected and certain, things are breaking down in the society. They see how inflation is impacting this country and how the average person is struggling. They see people on TikTok talking about how much rent has gone up. Listen,
even the violence.
Countries are not desperate to come here anymore. America, once upon a time, was the vision, the place that a lot of people wanted to go. Well, that's not the case today. There are still a lot of people that want to come here.
Honestly,
but that is not the case today.
He's in Nigeria. So currently right now with Nigeria, they are killing like people my age just for walking around with iPhones and phones because they think they're probably thugs or they're stealing it. They don't think they can actually earn it. So from his perspective of Nigeria, he might be correct because there is a lot of people trying to leave Nigeria because the government is highly corrupt. They don't want their people to be successful. Mind you, during SARS, we have SARS where they were killing young people for protesting. They couldn't even speak their voice. They were literally shutting down airports, shutting down internet, so people could not see that Nigerian youth were being killed.
Respect.
So on
And
his
you know
half,
what?
it
That
might be
there
correct.
might be more people in countries like Nigeria or countries like Venezuela who want to leave their country. But guess what? They don't want to just come to the US. There's a lot of Venezuelans that I, link up with, even over just Tinder and dating apps, that are living in Colombia that are from Venezuela. They go everywhere.
That's very true.
Not their country.
Yeah.
Let me,
I've met a lot of Venezuelans in Colombia.
Give
A lot of
me
them.
1 second, bro. Let me finish reading super chats. I'm gonna let you go real quick. 100% feminist asked to define a masculine man, and she goes to her mother. You can't make this shit up. I am very insulted. Gail is she's from Guyana. Men want feminine traditional women because that's the best bet for family and legacy. Absolutely. I'm trying to join the live. Okay, put you in a second. If she knows what masculinity is but doesn't know what femininity is, means she's only focused on what she wants in a man and not focused what her man expects from her. Single for life.
Better not single.
Interdependence is what makes wives, and most men want this. Mothers needs to teach their daughter to be a wife, especially if a husband is around. Passport bros, please stop lying. Why are millions of people risking their lives to come across the border here? This is insane. Most people want to move to the States. Stop the cap.
Let me touch on that because, again, just like we just spoke about, there are certain countries that people want to leave. The countries that are high in corruption, those people tend to want to leave. But they don't just want to come to the U.S. They want to leave anywhere and go to anywhere that is not their country. A lot of people end up wanting to come to the US. A lot skip over into Colombia. But we, the passport bros, we're not going to those countries. There's not a lot of people that go to Nigeria and go to Venezuela. We are in countries that have relative stability, and we are not dealing with those people that just want a green card. So, as far as what he's saying, bro, that's happening everywhere. They're wanting to leave their countries. What do you think? Ukrainians want to stay in Ukraine,
right? Or Syria?
Come on.
Yeah, like if we were going to Syria, the green card scam might be real. They want to get the hell out of Syria. I can bet you that. But Brazil is. I'm pretty sure that I don't know if you think that people are walking around with a bunch of snakes and machetes in Brazil, but it's if you look up Sao Paulo, it looks better than New York, I would say. He's spot on, huh? In spite of the green card, one second. In spite of the green card fiasco, foreign marriages are far more successful than domestic marriages. Divorce rates much lower.
Sure.
He's spot on. Most foreign women I personally dealt with don't want to move to the United States. Oh, sure, they'll visit, but won't uproot from their family. Yep. Absolutely. And I had the chick from Brazil say that on live. If a man is average looking, if a man is average looking, but makes above average income, why can't he ask for an above average woman when you want an above average income earner?
I never said that, but okay.
Last one right here, I believe. He's talking to that guy that move here to work and send their money back. Absolutely. That is the only reason people want to get to the United States. Either they are a refugee or they need money.
Agreed.
But they don't want to just come here. Yeah. Most people don't even want to visit this place to end up possibly being target practice at a grocery store. Absolutely. They hear about that. They don't have mass shootings in Brazil.
Yep.
So let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah.
In Colombia, there's a mall called, I told Austin about this mall, Mallorca Mega Plaza. It's better than most of the malls I've been here in the United States all my life. It's the best mall I've ever been to. And I was surprised when I went to Colombia that they had a mall that well, that big and that well developed. Like, you know.
Yeah, it's
I wouldn't.
And I tell you, the Philippines is the home of the malls.
Yeah.
A lot of guys may not think that, but every time you look at a Philippines video, you see a guy saying, "Wow, I can't believe it's so big in here. wow, and it's just like that.
Same thing in UAE. I lived in Abu Dhabi the past 4 years, and they've got the largest malls in the world in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But you look at where people are moving, a lot of people want to go to UAE, but you just can't walk across the border. Everyone that comes in, including me, has a national ID card. And I tell my girl in South Africa, my girl in Thailand, the US, we don't have a national ID card, and they're shocked. They say, how do you identify yourself? Because it goes against our Constitution to have the national card, but guess what? We all have passports, driver's license. And so it's easier to get here than it is to get into UAE or get into Switzerland or to get into Germany than it is here.
Let's see if I... So for anybody that is in the comments that think this is a mall from my vlog in Colombia, that the very poor country that you guys call it.
I'm not surprised, Austin. I was having a conversation with someone, man.
What'd you say? Say to the camera. Go ahead.
I was having a conversation with someone recently, right? Like, white guy. I don't know why a lot of Americans think that, Africa and a lot of these other countries are extremely underdeveloped, like they see on films. Like, we portray these countries as if they're like third world, like underdeveloped, like don't have infrastructure,
no running water.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this massive form of ignorance amongst Americans, and it's so close-minded. Like I seriously don't get it. It's something that needs to stop. It's something I feel like most Americans need to get outside of their bubble and just go travel, go see the world, man, because there is
only 30% of Americans have passports. So and out of that 30%, how many are black men? So this whole bow wave of the passport bros leaving, we as black people in America are still such a small slice of the Americans holding passports. But as long as we have that attention, we should make the most of it and get the word out.
I was like that before I went to Colombia. I thought that Colombia was going to have bad roads, just have like terrible like infrastructure. The malls to be trash. But when I went there, I was so amazed of like like this mall, for example. I just was surprised to see stuff like this. The airport was really well developed. The people, the malls, the roads. They had Uber. They had a bunch of things that I was surprised to find out once I got there. So
that's in Colombia.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. Look at that.
You're not gonna have a garden like that in too many malls.
That shit's not even in Dallas. North Park Mall isn't even like that.
Nope. Tyson's Corner in Washington, D.C. doesn't look like that.
Yeah, Pentagon City Mall doesn't have that.
No. Pentagon City's is going down.
Actually, I would actually say there's a lot of places, a lot of cities in the U.S. that can't match some of the buildings and architecture that a lot of countries have. I do feel like there are. I mean, look at Dubai alone is freaking insane. The way that they develop their cities. I mean, you got to keep in mind the U.S. has been built over the last like all the modern architecture over the last 150 years. Like a lot of the stuff we have is actually dated. It's not even modern.
Well, to their credit, over in UAE, they don't have to deal with the Environmental Protection Agency to say you can't build here because there's a squirrel or a worm.
Right.
No labor unions over there. There's no OSHA per se.
Yep.
So they take care of the folks. And same thing in China. China has more high-speed rail than we do because the CCP just build it because they've got the money. Here we got to go through the unions and everybody has to get their hands greased all the way up. So it prices out a lot of the innovation.
And also, it's a lot of greed because, think about China. They have faster internet than we do, and they probably pay less than we do. We pay a bunch for just
that, these countries. A lot of these countries really developed a lot of their cities over the last 50 to 75 years. So they got to develop and see a lot of the mistakes we made here in the States and just do things their own way. I'm sorry, I just got my whole passport wallet thing. I'm stoked about that. I don't know, it looks sick.
So let me ask you a question, ma'am. Now that we've shown this mall, can you get a passport and do the same thing that we're doing?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I've had a passport since I was born.
But can you do can you go overseas and date?
Yes.
And have the same results? Because there's a lot of women that think that they can pop up in Brazil and do the same goddamn thing, is what she said. Do you think that? How true do you think that is? Do you think you'll have the same results? Let's pull that video up.
If I try it, I probably could, but I've never tried it before to know if I would have the same results.
So like, tell me, before anybody comments, let me share the screen so she can know exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go.
You feel what I mean? It wouldn't. I could go to Brazil and do the same goddamn thing. You feel what I'm saying? I would blend in. You feel what I mean? It wouldn't be no, ooh, where's she from? Nah, I would be in Brazil.
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I can't hear it. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, boo-boo. Portuguese. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, get on somewhere with this shit. Y'all gonna be mad because we about to cock block on y'all asses. Y'all passport bros. I get it. Y'all thought y'all was gonna be going down to Brazil. You thought you was gonna be in the Dominican Republic. Taking these pictures, trying to throw it in our face about how fine their women are. Excuse me, sir. We know they fine. We seen their men. Now you really about to be mad. You and the bitch will be mad. Because that's what the Black American woman is gonna do. Bitch, fuck them. We about to take you nigga. Come on, boo-boo. You wanna go back to America? Fuck them. Keep them. Yeah, so guess what?
Now, I think that's enough of that. She's clearly an ultra feminist, right? She's pretty delusional. I'm gonna have to give her that one.
Straight delusion.
Do you think you can go to Brazil and do the same goddamn thing?
I'm just a little shocked right now.
Why are you shocked?
Her reaction.
You think we could do a trade?
Very aggressive. Yeah. I don't know about a trade, but dating like any normal person. I know my sister has been to Brazil, and she said when she went to Brazil, like a lot of the people loved just her being a Black woman and having her natural hair. So she got approached by men there as well. So I'm sure there is men there that are attracted to the way I look. I would just have to find them. But I feel like the standards are the same on both.
What do you mean by same on both?
Like you said, okay, if I go to Brazil, do I think I can find a man in Brazil?
Yeah, I mean, now I'm not. You're gonna find somebody, but with the financial, with the financial standards and these high standards that y'all have on us that are pushing us out of the damn country.
Yeah.
What good do you think?
So I have a quick question to add on top of that. Maybe you could answer this too.
Okay.
If only 0.05% of Black American meet your standard, what percentage of Brazilian men do you think are going to be able to reach that same standard?
Probably not close. But what I was going to say is when I originally talked about the income, I talked about the income for a child in America, because it seems like the standards of America is not marriage. It's more divorce or more baby mamas and baby daddies from what my perspective is seeing. Marriage is not largely represented in America like it is in foreign lands. So for me, if I'm going to Brazil and meeting a man, I'm going to want to know the income naturally for a family in Brazil. If I can find a man that is up to that income, sure, I would be fine with that. But it matters on raising a child and the income of the child. Because I don't date to date, I date to marry.
So let me ask you a serious question. Are Brazilian women steep competition for you?
No.
And what makes you say that?
I don't see any woman as competition for me.
And
if you don't want me, I'll pay dick.
But no. That is a very confident answer that you have, because it was quick. But why?
I just keep talking about my upbringing, but it's just like I've never been raised to compete against another woman. If I see a Brazilian woman right now and I think she's beautiful, I'm gonna tell that woman she's beautiful.
No, that's not what we mean.
And you going down a rabbit
we're
hole.
saying like
Going down a
if
rabbit
we
hole.
put you in the same room with if I put you in the room with the average Brazilian chick,
Okay.
there's competition because I have to pick. Do you think that is? Do you think they are steep competition to you?
No.
Why? Because I'm telling you that I'm telling you, if I dropped you off in Copacabana.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
I'm not being rude. If I dropped you off in Copacabana, it wouldn't go too well.
Oh, so you're talking about on their side of the country?
Anywhere, but I'm just saying. Okay, let's say we brought him to the United
Even
States.
in the U.S.
It's the woman. I'm talking about if I put you in a room with that woman, it's not the environment. If I put you in a room with that woman and her mindset, and I locked y'all in this room with me, and I had to pick one, do you think that would be steep competition? That would be a hard decision for me to make?
If you make that decision, make that decision.
No, would it be a hard decision to make?
I think it's clear the answer there.
I'll give you an example. I gotta talk to her because let me tell you, women right in the Philippines, women in Brazil, women in these countries, they know there's stiff competition, right? So you
Even
take
in
these
their
same women and you drop them into America, they automatically get pushed to the top of the totem pole, right? And what happens is that's why a lot of guys shouldn't bring these women back to America, because what happens is a guy, say if he's 50, right, and he gets a woman that's 30, he brings back to America. She's a 20-piece. All these guys that are over-validating women in the U.S. right now, that's why these guys get left, because they bring these women back, and then these women automatically start learning from women what's happening there, and then they automatically turn into the modern woman, because they get over-validated. Guys see them, oh, you're the baddest thing ever, and they understand their worth even more. Women in their country, they don't think like that. What happens is us foreigners over there, we're the value. That's why guys are leaving, and guys will continue leaving because we're the ones that are high value.
Let me add to this. Like, let's just look at the beauty pageants. And since the beginning of beauty pageants, look, Venezuelans, Puerto Ricans, Filipino females have won the pageants more than most other countries. So Venezuela has 23 wins, Philippines has 15, and Puerto Rico has 10. Versus the United States kind of has 15, so they're not doing too bad. But compared to other countries, there's a lot of more beautiful females around different continents and countries versus America. So if they come over to America, they're gonna stand out a lot more because they're more exotic.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna read these super chats. I'm gonna take this away from being personal. I'm not gonna make it about you. The average Brazilian chick and the average American chick. Who do you think is gonna be better on average? Physical,
Brazilian.
personality,
Brazilian.
and why do you say that? Let's start with personality-wise.
Personality. I don't really know Brazilian women personality to even comment on that. So I'm not talking about that. But if we're talking about physical, I would say physical because society is so into looking perfect or plastic surgery or wanting to look exotic or look a certain way that them naturally looking that way fits the standard of what most women are trying to look like in America when it comes to surgery.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, let me read these super chats real quick. In Peru for a little longer, have cousins here that are upper middle class and live better than most Americans. Private chef, maids, and bartender. Absolutely.
Is that Dan Bilzerian? He looked just like him.
I think that was his name. Let's see. This next one says, you said you want a man that makes 100K and 100K is above average. You, in fact, want an above average income earner. Tell her to take off the fake hair, eyelashes, makeup, and turn on the lights. Then ask her to rate herself from 1 to 10. She can't use 7. He used Kevin Samuels' line with that one. I don't want to do that to her, because we're gonna make it about Brazil. We're gonna make it about that. Got knocked off StreamYard. Still listening though. I can't wait to get to DR. We have a couple more. My husband adores me, yet I still see every woman as competition. And that's the difference between Brazilian women, foreign women, and American women. American women, they think they got it made the entire time. And in Brazil, she knows. So she wants a man to make up to 200K and also thinks she can just go overseas to find marriage with these types of standards. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that you're gonna have to lower your standards. You go overseas. Should the average Brazilian woman with a body count of 40 by the age of 25 be considered the prize? They can still be the prize over the American woman. Yes. Foreign women are more beautiful, feminine, and have better female hygiene than American black women. Would you agree with that, Mel?
Ooh, I want to touch
About the
back
hygiene?
on that one.
I feel like he sounds more hurt than anything because.
Oh no. I can attest to the hygiene.
No, that has nothing to do with her.
No.
Could I jump in on this one?
Go ahead.
I think it expands to American women in general. Not just I've dealt with that with white women, man. So that one is a little microscopic, but I do agree. And I will say this: if her smell is stronger than your hand sanitizer on your fingers, she is for the streets.
Listen, and that touches base. Let me pick up there because that touches base with the last one, with the guy asking, "Do you think a woman, a Brazilian with 40 bodies should be considered the prize?" There's a lot of videos coming out of a lot of American women being so liberated that they're, making video topics about their body count. And when you hear the number of bodies that a lot of these American women are admitting to having, it's pretty fucking ridiculous and scary.
So let me say this too about the average Brazilian versus the average American. He brought this up. The obesity rate for black women in the United States is 57%. Obesity rate in Brazil is only 20%. Sorry, you're going to lose. So you're not obese. But I asked you the average Brazilian versus the average the average American woman. And you said the Brazilian. And I'm glad you said that because 40% of the United States is obese. Obese.
No, it's a hell of a lot more than that.
Let's say 40%, but I know that 80% of women are overweight. So that we can automatically guarantee that if I just close my eyes and pick out of the hundreds of millions of women in the United States, I'm gonna grab a fat woman. If I do that with Brazil, she's gonna be fit. We can guarantee the odds of me that being not like that are slim to none. If I put them in the same room, it's a no-brainer. Now, would you call yourself submissive?
Yes.
Why?
I would say I'm submissive if it matters the person. Like when you're giving your
that's
example.
not submissive. So I'm masculine per woman. How does that sound?
You're masculine.
Sometimes I'm a bitch, sometimes I'm a man.
I'm masculine depending on how feminine the woman.
I'm only masculine for the right woman.
Sometimes I'm a barber, sometimes I'm not.
I feel that.
How does that sound?
It sounds great. You don't always have to cut
you
hair.
guys hear me?
What?
But
Can you guys hear
regardless
me?
of what I'm saying is, if I want a man to submit to me, I will submit to him. But y'all talking about my standards, if my standards are not matching up to your standards,
Can you guys hear me?
if your standards don't match up to my standards don't match up to your standards, then the submissiveness doesn't be there. But for me, when I'm in a relationship, I'm usually submissive. For example, when I had an ex that liked to argue in public, I would just look at him crazy.
So let me okay.
I would just let him do what he wanted to do. Then when we were behind closed doors, that's when I brought up the topic.
Okay, so let me tell you the difference. And I said this earlier. With the women in Brazil and Colombia, there is no on and off femininity. Okay, every man they approach, I don't think you were when I said this, but I was telling the last guy or whoever it was, American woman can get hurt one time, and each time she gets hurt, she gets more and more masculine, and every man afterwards gets less and less out of her. And usually by the fourth dude, he's not getting shit, and he's just getting another dude, basically. With Brazilian women, they can get hurt 10 times, and the treatment does not lack after each hurt. or each heartbreak, I should say, there is no on and off femininity outside of maybe in the UK or Canada, but in these other countries that we go to, there is no on and off femininity. There is no, oh, for the right man, I'm going to behave like a woman. For the right man, I'm not going to try to fight him. For the right man, I'm not going to yell in his face. For the right man, I'm going to do his manicure and pedicure or rub his feet or talk to him like a man wants to be talked to. Why is it that women in the United States turn on and off how they're going to treat their men, and it's not like that in other countries?
Feminism. Let me stop.
Like the
Could I jump?
feminism.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But
You said what?
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just checking my microphone. That's all.
Go ahead, man. What were you saying?
Okay. So, repeat that question because I forgot for a second.
Why is it that women in the United States feel the need to turn on and off their femininity and treat certain guys certain ways? But like I said, I'm masculine to every woman. Every woman's gonna get the same energy from me. If I don't take shit from this chick, I'm not gonna take shit from the next one.
Mm-hmm.
But why is that U.S. women aren't like that, but foreign women are?
Okay. So I would say with foreign women, because I had this conversation with my sister the other day when we were talking about the difference between foreign marriage and American marriage. So with foreign marriage, me being raised by foreign marriage, they can argue all they want, but they plan on dying together. We got married, so they're going to stick to their vows. They do not care what type of argument they get into it. They're going to stick to those vows because that's what they decided to be in. Now, coming from American marriage side that I've observed, yes, I do agree that women have one thing happen and it's like, let's end this. I don't like what you did, so let's end it. Instead of having, healthy communication, just talking it through, because it's not a situation that usually lasts long unless he's cheating on you, abusing you. Like, it's usually not a situation that lasts long. It's usually something you can agree to fix or change that people don't do. So that's why divorce is high, because everybody is more selfish than united when it comes to a marriage.
I don't think that's answering the question, though. I think you're going on a marriage thing. What I'm asking you is, why do American women feel the need to, for this guy, I'm going to be feminine, but for this guy, I'm going to be his equivalent and be a man?
I would blame social media and society for that.
So, social media is in Brazil, too.
That is true, but mind you, there's different bandwidths that are shown around the world of what actual videos come out and show out, and also for the fact of the cultural background.
You're not stupid, nigga. You never thought that you was my fucking equal. What?
Can I jump in and address Abigail? So before I go on and say anything, I do want to thank you for your decorum. I have a lot more respect for you than I do for the last woman who jumped on the cam. So big up to you on that. But I wanted to walk back down a couple of things that I felt kind of was glossed over. That when guys, in terms of the income matching, guys really do not care about how much a woman makes, because we already know in general that women do not share the pot. We already know that. We know that the money that you make, we already understand that the mindset is what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. We also understand why they don't want to be in a serious relationship with someone who makes less money, because they do not want the liability for alimony. That Halle Berry is one example. She claims that she's being oppressed from the alimony that she paid. I think it's like 100 and something. She begged the judge to get it down to like 80,000 a month or something, like 8,000 a month, 8,000 a month. So I do understand why they don't want to be around, men that make less. And to address Auston, what you asked her about the rules, do you agree that some women make different rules for regular guys as opposed to the guys that they desire that's in the top 90%.
Yeah, it's just like whenever they said women set rules for betas but break them for alphas. Same type of thing. So let me touch on these super chats and I'll let you get back to what you were saying. U.S. girls are too superficial and hypergamous to take interest in foreign men from non-first world countries. How do you vet foreign girls who are just after you for citizenship? We will talk about that here in a minute. Appreciate this super chat right here. Now, let me ask you a serious question too, man, before I let Will continue. Define black girl magic.
That's lovely. Divine black
Even
girl.
she's laughing at that one.
Yeah.
I got it for you if you don't.
But I think it's just the unity of Black women finally realizing their value throughout the world that is causing that unity of Black girl magic. Because like you are saying with the Brazilians, Black women usually are not picked first. So starting our own union of being proud of being Black is the most thing that we can do, is being proud of ourselves if men that are Black are not understanding Black girl magic as well.
I think black girl magic is making black men disappear.
That's the magic.
That's the magic. Men
That's
disappearing?
black girl magic. Y'all are magically y'all put a magic trick on us that has made us all leave the country. So your one of your allies right here says, "How do you vet American men? Do you vet your American men?"
I do.
And how do
I
you
do.
vet them?
I mean, I treat them like any other foreign men. I mean, I treat all men the same, honestly. I have all the same standards for all men.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Why is that?
Because you just said you're not submissive to every man. You don't treat every man the same.
That's with me, yes.
What does that mean? No, you said.
Are you talking about just a regular man on the street or somebody I'm dating?
No. I don't know who we're talking about, but I know that you said you don't treat every man. You're not submissive to every man.
What is the man to me?
That's
Like, what do
conditional. That's conditional femininity, though. There or conditional submissiveness. Like, does he have to be a particular man for you to submit to him? Like that? That's interesting. Like, you don't see how that's strange. If you're dating, like, I just feel like women in general, their nature is submissive. So by the fact that he has to be any particular person for not, and when we speak submissive, let's make sure that we understand that submissiveness comes naturally in femininity.
Let me add something to that. So I've met females from like Colombia, Brazilians who are living in the United States, who've lived there for quite a while, and I've noticed that they're much nicer and just much more helpful in general than chicks who were just like who are not from like Latin countries and who are just like from, let's say, who are Americans, like mostly Black females. Not to jump on them, but it's what I've just seen that they're a little bit meaner. Now, let's say if I meet a white girl, they're probably going to be a lot nicer than like Black females in general, especially like Nigerians. They're very like super mean and just like, that's why I think that's why a lot of the Nigerian guys I see aren't dating Nigerian females or Black females in general. A lot of them are dating white girls and, Hispanic and Mexicans and stuff. So that's what I've noticed, just looking around.
Why are you giving the side eye, ma'am? He was describing it, and I just saw your eyes going like this. What is?
Because that means that a lot of Nigerian girls are meaner, and I'm like,
I've spent a lot of time with Nigerians. A lot of time with Nigerians. I've worked in clubs. I've worked with a bunch of people, so I just kind of, understand and see and how Nigerian females behave. Even a lot of African females, even Ghanaians as well. A lot of them seem a lot colder. You know, I'm not trying to pick on them. I'm Cameroonian, so I'm basically right next to Nigeria on the map.
Oh, yeah.
So
Cameroon has very, very sweet people, very nice people there. And I find the more you go farther away from the United States, Gulf of Guinea countries, because of proximity to the West, where I grew up, you know, I find that they're much harder. But East Africa, South Africa, farther away from the States, they're softer and they're more submissive and sweet, I found in my experience.
Hey, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
So when you talk about you're submitting to a man, it can go two ways. And there's a bump in the night, we're laying in bed. You're not going to grab the baseball bat and go downstairs. You're going to sit there. I'll go downstairs. But then if I'm sick, you'll take the action and bring me the soup, put the cold rag on my head. That it balances each other out right there. You see, submissive femininity and more aggressive femininity to take care of the man who protects and provides for you. And that simply has not been explained to a lot of Western women.
Let me give you a scenario. You just met me today. Let me do the real scenario. You probably haven't watched the video. My subscribers have. You just met me yesterday. How soon do we go on a date?
How soon do we go on a date?
Yeah.
I mean, I know nowadays it's hard for people to go on dates because they don't trust people and all like the sex trafficking and everything. So they might want to like talk to you for a good I would say from my perspective, I like to talk to somebody for a week at least before going on a date so I can understand who I'm going on a date with.
Okay, so we got to answer that question, and I'm gonna fill this in. After that date, you come back to my apartment, and let's say we start doing what we do, right? And I have to throw up midway through it, and I'm in the bathroom throwing up. What do you do from here? What do you do?
Well, background story: I was a CNA when I was in high school and college. So I would probably help you in the bathroom and try to figure out why you're sick.
Go into detail.
Well, you said you just went to the bathroom, right?
I'm in the bed. I'm on all fours throwing up.
Throwing up, right? So I would go in there, ask you if you ate anything through the day. Like, do you remember what you last ate? Like, do you understand why your stomach's upset? Probably go to see if you have.
What are you doing during that?
Yeah, go into detail. I need to be able to imagine it. Like you're reading.
So what am I doing during that?
Yeah.
I mean, after asking you everything possible to see what's upset with your stomach, I'll probably go to your kitchen, see if you have any medicine. If you don't have medicine, then we can go to CVS and get medicine.
Okay. So I asked you those two questions. So last time I was in Colombia last week, I met this chick late at night. The next day we went on a date. The next day. We didn't have to talk for a week. Do you think human trafficking, see the way how y'all paint the picture of these third world countries is human trafficking is running rampant, people getting their heads cut off with machetes?
I'm talking from American perspective.
Well, no. I'm just putting this out there. So I would assume that America would be safer than Colombia based off what I've heard. So we're not gonna say that, he might kidnap me, so we gotta talk for a week. She was ready the next day. I'm the foreigner. I should be the one wanting to talk for a week. Then what happened, right? And I started throwing up. What she did was she followed me to the bathroom and she was burping me like I was a newborn baby. I was naked. She wrapped a towel around me, asked me, baby, do I need water? It's going to be all right. Went and got me 3 glasses of water. So 3 times she went back and forth to give me water and then told me don't go anywhere until I finished throwing up. Of course, she was asking me what was wrong. Got in the bed with me and still was rubbing on my stomach the whole time to make sure until I fell asleep. Compare those two experiences. That's what I experienced. That's what your man is going to experience.
Okay, I feel like it was the same thing. She just did a little extra.
Can I say something a little bit relevant to what you're saying? It ties into what you're saying. So again, I wanted to walk back. You said that people are using Americans or Westerners in their respective countries for the green card or the passport. Here's what I've known so far. I've lived in Korea for 5 years, but it's not just limited to Korea, not just limited to Asian countries. If they have a strong family structure and they have a strong friendship network, it's a very, very strong social friendship network, why would they leave?
You asking me or her?
I was asking her.
Oh, if they have a strong culture, why would they leave?
No. A strong family, like a
Mhm.
strong family relationship,
Yeah,
and also a strong friendship social network, a local friendship social network. Why would they leave?
they might not leave.
Because you were saying that some women are looking to, use many of us for that.
Passport or income.
Pardon?
Passport or income.
No, you said green card, like to go back to
Go
our
back to
respective
green
country.
card or income.
Are you asking me whether green card or income?
No, I said green card and income.
She's saying that's what they're looking for.
That's what they're looking for. Yeah.
And there are some, but I'm saying, but if they have strong, like I said, if they have a strong family network, their family does decent, and they have friends, genuine friends, that is a strong network around them. Why would they just leave that? For something that's unknown.
Well, let me add to that too. You said they're looking for passports or citizenship or income. What are American women looking for? Because it's damn sure income.
The thing is, from my perspective, I would say it honestly matters on the women, because there is women all around the world that are asking for what you're asking for. There might be a small percentage in whatever country they're at, but there is women all around asking for what you were asking for. In America, it might be a higher percentage, yes, but you will find women that are in Brazil that only want passport. You found a good one that actually doesn't want all of that stuff, but you can find people in different countries that want that. It doesn't matter where they're at.
Okay, so let me ask you again. What are American women looking for? If these women that you're accusing are looking for passports and income, what are American women looking for?
Okay. So if we're talking about what logically American women are looking
Not
for.
logically, what is
Probably-
generalize.
Okay, generalize. They're probably looking for income as well. They're probably looking for somebody to completely take care of them. I know a lot of friends that say they just want to be a housewife, and I'm like,
you're not
okay.
wrong.
Brazilian women want to be housewives too, but they know how to get it.
Right. There are a lot of American women who don't even like the idea of going 50-50 anymore. A lot of below average earning women who don't even like the idea of going 50-50 anymore. And to me, it's the audacity, because
It is
they
the
don't meet
audacity.
the standard. They don't meet the standard that they're looking for in terms of the opposite. What does a man who makes six figures and has all these things and 6 foot, all of that? Women don't even think to stop and ask themselves, what do those men want, and is the expectation of what those men want within the realm of my reality to provide. A lot of women essentially want, and this could be, below 50 percentile women, in terms of income, and then also in terms of looks and nurturing nature, all of that kind of stuff, who want men who can provide and all of that, essentially pay all of the bills. But here's the kicker on top of it. A lot of modern feminists also want men who, are there to provide, but then they also want to work and not contribute towards the bills, as we see spewed all over the internet by a lot of women. And you can shake your head no all you want, but
No,
there's a
I'm
lot
agreeing with you though.
you're shaking your head in disgust.
Yeah, and because I know people like that. I've told them, like, you can't be a bum and choose other people's bummy level. That makes no sense.
According to congressional testimony, the average single black woman has a wealth of less than $200.
Exactly.
A Hispanic woman has wealth less than 100. And that was a women's group testifying in front of Congress, looking at the wealth gap in the United States of America.
That
So
is
when
a
we talk
fact.
about women in the Philippines or Portugal or wherever want to come to the U.S., the women here are living in poverty.
Right.
They're all
Exactly.
broke.
So I
That
want
is a
to
fact.
pick up with my point and that I was making, right? Why, my thing is with you agreeing with what I just stated, right? That most women here are below average in terms of look, in terms of their femininity, in terms of being supportive, in terms of knowing how to treat a decent man, and even the average man who maybe isn't making six figures, right? All of these things, she wants the man to be able to provide, but she doesn't. She wants to work and not contribute and pay any of the bills, right? All of these things. Why should an American man settle for that and not look abroad?
You shouldn't settle as much as women shouldn't settle.
So,
but here's my question to follow up with that, right? You also then were in favor of women not settling, right? So you just empowered these women to continue their delusion. But where else in the world are they going to find men who earn more than American men on average? There's far fewer. We earn as American men the most money on average than any other man on the face of the planet.
That's actually most Americans are part of the 1%. If you take everybody on all continents and group them together, we make the most money because we're making just above 20 something K as being part of the 1% globally.
So that being said, where else are they going to find these men? Or is it just pure delusion by these women to think that what they're asking for is at all fair? Because you empowered them not to settle, but where else do they find it?
I also have a question. How does a woman settle for a man?
That's a very easy one.
This is a very real question.
That's easy.
Y'all can laugh, but this is very, very serious. How does a woman settle for a man?
A guy being 5'11".
Well, yeah, remember you gotta be 6 foot to
No,
talk to her.
I'm asking the young lady. I'm asking the young lady. How does a woman settle for a man?
Okay, so I would say, okay, if I'm talking from my own perspective, with my own environment of being in America, observing females around me, a lot of women settle for what society tells them they should be with. Like, be with a guy that is popular in society, that wears chains, that has money, that can do this, do that. And even if he's cheating on you, even if he is abusing you, as long as he's handling what he's handling, you should settle, because at least you have somebody taking care of you.
Would you settle? Make it personal.
I wouldn't settle.
What would you settle for? No, Abigail.
All right, guys,
Abigail.
I'll see you guys
What
later,
would you
man.
settle for, Abigail?
All right, y'all. Black Filipino Jay's about to head out. I'll see you, man.
See y'all later.
Have
a good one, sister.
Abigail, what would you settle for?
So what I would settle for is somebody that brings to the table what I bring to the table.
And what
If
do you
you
bring
have-
to the table? What do you bring to the table?
If you have a
Yes.
go-getter attitude like I do, like, mind you, I said I'm not settled with the income that I have.
What do you bring to the table?
Okay, what do I bring to the table?
From the
Yes, ma'am.
streets.
With respect, I just want to know, because I love dark and chocolate women. So I need to know, what do you bring? Just say hypothetically, I want to talk to you, have a court you. What do you bring to my table? Tell me.
Okay, so having a cultural background of Nigerian parents, I could say one thing for my tribe, because I'm from the Edo tribe. For my tribe, most of the women are trained not really to, like, be in education, but most of us are trained to be wives. Most of us are trained to cook, clean, like know how to do certain things for our husband. I've learned that since till like 12th grade when I got to college. When I got to college, it was like, okay, now I'm learning the education system. Now I'm knowing what I need to know when it comes to the medical system, when it comes to law. Currently, right now, I work in a law firm. My income is 70K. Business avenues. I know so much about business. There's a lot that I can bring to the table.
Okay, fair enough. Ask me what I want in a woman.
What would you like in a woman?
I like the first two things you mentioned. You can cook, you can clean, and you can be submissive and cooperative with me. Your 70K, I don't give a damn about that. I appreciate it. I can respect it, but I'm not asking you to go 50-50 with me. I just need you to give me the respect of being my woman. I can take care of my household. No, I don't care about your education. I don't really care about how much money you make. I appreciate it. I respect it. But what I want is the first few things that you mentioned. You were trained to be a wife in your village, a Nigerian village. I'm currently living in Kenya. The woman I'm dealing with, she gives me all those things. The minute she starts acting like an American woman, guess what I'm going to do, Abigail? Guess.
You're going to dip out?
Yeah. I will dip out without no hard feeling. I've told her this. It's a lot of beautiful women here. I don't have to settle for that shit.
But the thing is,
the minute she starts stop giving me act right, I'm going that way. I'll be gone. She's not the only one. I like being with her. She respects me as a man. I have no problem with her. It's almost going over a little more than a year now. She's a cool woman. She takes care of herself. She works out. But the minute she starts acting like I don't need a man, guess what? I'm exit stage left. So my advice to you, since I think that I heard one of the brothers ask, how often are you feminine? You should be feminine 100% of the time, whether you're in a relationship or not. That's how you're going to attract a good man. Just be feminine. That's how this Kenyan woman got me. She was feminine all the time. She stood out. She caught my attention. It was that easy. I didn't have to wait a week. She didn't think I was some sex trafficker. Asked on a date like that. Same day, the same day. Just like Auston saying, I didn't have to wait a week to go on a date with her. It was the same day. So I just recommend that you do that. I can't make you do it. You're a grown woman. You can make your own decisions. But if you really want a high quality man, you need to be ready to be feminine all the time, because you never know. My father used to say this all the time when he was alive. You never know who's watching you. You never know who's checking you out. So because men, I speak for myself and guys I know, we watch how you interact with other people. You could front and be nice and ladylike with me, but I watch how you treat other people. You might be a bitch to somebody else. You might be rude, unsavory. I watch those kind of things. So you need to be ladylike and feminine, and I guarantee you'll scoop up a good man real quick. But you don't have to listen to me. It's just my opinion.
Let me read these super chats, and I'm gonna get back to you. Barranquilla Singles is a company that links foreigners with Colombian women. Interviewing the founder could be an interesting conversation. I would definitely consider that. Yes. Black girl magic is when she makes your house, your kids, and half your resources disappear after a divorce. That's a good one. We got a couple more right here to read. Let's see. I am Hispanic and have been with U.S. white girls and European girls. I can attest even European white girls are down to earth and more approachable. Absolutely. Let's see, we got a couple more. Auston, I will catch up with all you guys next time. I'm going to get some sleep. All right, bro. I'll keep in touch with you. I'll DM you here probably in the morning. Now I want to ask you a question too. Why is it that you feel the need to talk to a man for a week because of possible kidnapping, sledgehammers, or whatever it was you said, and that's not going on in Brazil and Colombia and pretty much anywhere else? And we're supposed to be like they're supposed to be in the dangerous countries, and we're in the safe country. But yet y'all feel the need to make it hard because you feel like you might come up missing.
So I'm going to talk from current status because, like I said, I live in Dallas, and sex trafficking in Texas is on high alert. They are putting tissues on girls' doors that have drugs on it that are making them pass out. The kidnapping for Black women has increased this year largely. So yeah, I'm going to be on high alert so I don't bump into that type of situation.
Don't you think that happens more in Colombia based off what you've heard, or more in for sure Mexico? We hear about it a lot in Mexico.
It could happen over there, but I'm going to always be on alert with anybody I talk to, because you don't know who you're talking to most of the time.
Well, I was a foreigner in Colombia, and I was ready to go out on. Colombia is known for scopamine and devil's breath. I don't know if that's the same thing, but it's known for dudes getting drugged, dudes like me, American men. And I'm going on a date with her. I didn't even put her in the shower before I put her in the bed. I was at high risk.
And I mean, I'm glad that you took that risk.
Really?
Hey, can I follow up that question? Can I follow up that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that this, because I know I've seen a lot of it on TikTok and Facebook where there's a zip tie on the door, there's a piece of tissue stuffed in the door. I personally think it's pranks. I haven't seen anybody come out and say they tested that stuff and they tested positive for any kind of ether or anything like that. But my question is, do you think that that type of stuff happens when women venture far outside of the protection of a man? You leave yourself open for that kind of stuff.
Agreed. Yeah, it does.
So is feminism your friend or your enemy if it's leaving you out here exposed to being kidnapped or drugged or sex trafficked? Or
I mean, you said, is feminism my enemy?
yeah, is feminism your enemy if it's leaving you exposed to some of the worst parts of our society?
It can be.
That was my point when I asked the question if a woman could settle for a man. Because if a man is going to add stability, security, and protections, how is it that then a woman is settling for a man? It's just a question I need to get answered.
You didn't say what he was providing, but now that you said that's all that he's providing, I agree. You're not settling if he provides everything that you just listed.
Well, a man provides this by instinct because that's just what naturally a man is.
Not all men are naturally.
No. That is naturally what a man is. I didn't say Pookie.
Shows that.
There is a difference between Pookie and a man. I said a man. That's naturally what a man is.
Mm-hmm.
So stop running from the question and just answer it. How are you settling for a man when a man is your number one defense of staying alive? Your money, how much you make, all of this Hollywood stuff, none of that means nothing. How do a woman settle for a man? That's just a simple question. Go ahead.
Okay.
See, when I asked this question, everybody on the panel laughed. It's serious now. Answer the question. How does a woman settle for a man?
So, if everything you just listed he is not doing, then it's a settlement.
Oh my God.
Well, you walked into that, man.
If the man was doing it or
You
not.
walked into that.
I ask you if a man offered these things. That is a man. We're not talking about Pookie. 100% of men everywhere in the world offer the three things I just offered.
No, they don't, bro.
100% of them. We didn't say Pookie. Pookie is not a man. Pookie is the bastard son of a single mother that hasn't been raised to be a man. That is different. I said a man. Answer the question I asked you.
I answered back your question by saying...
No, you keep telling me if a person is or if... No, that's not what I asked you. If a man is offering you these three things, tell me how do one woman settle for a man? Regardless of his income.
Repeating it back to you, if a man is offering those three things, it's not a settlement.
Can I jump in on this? I want to follow up from Marcus. Hey, Marcus, found out about you recently. I subbed to your channel.
What's up, brother? I appreciate that.
Bet, man. So I wanted to follow up on what he asked you about what you offer. The answer that I heard was that it was something that you were raised with. We're not asking about what you were raised with or what you did. We're asking about what you offer now.
Everything that I was raised with is what I offer.
What is that?
Is that something that you're currently doing now?
With who I'm dating?
As a woman, whether you were single, dating, or not.
Okay.
This question.
As a woman, yes, I'm cooking and cleaning and being catering. Is there anything else?
Okay. Colombian women on average don't make crap for money compared to American women, but they still sweeping us men off the market in mass numbers. Trafficking really, but in America, women will meet a man that they don't know on Tinder for a foodie date. Oh my God. Yes. That's a good one. So you'll go on a foodie date on the first date.
Facts. That's the truth.
But when it's time to give up the draws, that ain't
Oh
it.
my
'Cause
God.
he can drug you on a foodie date.
Let's let Auston
I agree.
talk.
He can drug you on a foodie date,
I
so
agree.
it doesn't matter. Yeah, so we've called that BS. So let's talk about this right here. Let's talk about how this guy's girlfriend got him killed. Really, what is your opinion on this situation with this right here? Do you think a Brazilian, let me just attest to this. A Brazilian woman looks out way better for you than this woman looked out for her man. In Brazil, they know about their phones getting snatched and people snatching, robbing you and shit. They always tell you don't leave your phone on the table. They look out for you a lot more than they actually genuinely care about you a lot more than American women. But go ahead, River.
Well, let's minimize this so I can read the room here, because my hot take on this, man, is just it's pretty probably controversial, right? Because my personal belief is, I personally think the culture right now is just toxic. That's my take on it. You know what I mean? I think that irregardless of whether or not his girl, now I don't want to play devil advocate, but I'm also going to speak my truth here. I think that sure, his girl set him up, all of that. But this guy is also choosing to be in a music industry, where he's advocating a particular lifestyle, right? He's advocating himself as a particular person, a thug, right? And I just think that the culture in music and rap has become extremely toxic. I think it's gotten to a point where this guy right here, obviously a Pookie Ray Ray. It's like if you put yourself in that position and you're choosing to be in these environments and you are going there with a lot of money, a lot of diamonds, a lot of valuables, automatically you're a target. Why are you choosing to keep yourself in these environments where you are a target? And then I see in the comments that a lot of Black people in the community agree that I've seen comments on the thread about PNB Rock where they're like, this kind of proves how jacked up the culture is, or how jacked up our people are, and all of that. Man, I just tell anybody who's a brother, if you get out and you make this money, stay the hell away from the block.
Yep.
Get away from those people. You made it out. Why the hell are you staying in the environment?
The same thing happened to Stephon Marbury when he got his chain snatched out of his freaking car. You can't go back.
It's not one to advocate. I don't listen to it. I don't try to identify with it. You know what I mean? Because it's just not. It's not the Black America that I admire.
Yeah.
It's not. This isn't what Black America always represented, and it's embarrassing.
Let me say something real quick, Willa. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say this real quick. Not take up you guys' time. Thanks for bringing me on. I appreciate it. Hello to everybody in the panel. We are missing a very important word in our community, and it's called humility. We forgot for some reason that there are stages to this stuff. I'm an overweight dude. Think I'm still kind of cute, but I know my place. I know where I'm at. I'm not going to try to get Rihanna. I'm not going to try to get Beyonce. I probably can with my confidence, right? But I'm not delusional. I know I can get a million other average, above average women. Why would I try to shoot for the stars when I don't have to? The problem with our women is that they don't know they're average. Too many of them are average. I mean, when Kevin Samuels, God rest his soul, said to the woman, "You were average at best," he gave her a leg up. That chick was ugly. I'm sorry. And there is a such thing in this world called ugly. Just like there is such a thing called fat boy. It exists. It is what it is. Live with the reality. But for some reason, our women today, everybody's gorgeous. Everybody has these standards. You know when you settle? When you start looking into reality, that's when you settle. That's how you settle as a woman. Being in the real world and saying, I'm with this good, hardworking man and build a family with him. That's reality.
Yep, I agree with you. They'll get into reality once they pass 30, 35, 40.
It's too late then, bro.
I know, but that's
I just wanted to say that.
But that's when they face reality. It's a sad truism, but that's what it is.
Can I ask this sister a question?
I don't have to like it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Can I ask this sister a serious question?
You're gonna ask the question, but hey, Austin, can you put up the names on the chat?
Put up the names?
Yeah, put up the names, bro.
Let me read the super chat and I do it. Much respect for her taking these heat rounds from the panel. She's a trooper and is willing to listen.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Yeah, I gotta say respect.
A lot of credit.
Some people think that we're in the chat, think that we're ganging up on you, but you are handling yourself with great aplomb, and we're trying.
I feel like she's holding her own pretty damn well.
She's magnificent. I don't play.
And this is the thing, though. You know, you say that you're with somebody, you're taking time away from your man to talk to a bunch of strange men on the internet. What does he think about you giving all that time and energy to all these men online?
Well, he just
That's a good question.
He's at work.
So you could be pressing his boxer shorts. You could be Simonizing his car. You could be preparing breakfast. But instead, you're spending time with us.
We appreciate that. Hey, Ren, go ahead and ask your
I
question.
appreciate it. And I actually respect her because we got so many women in the comment section that want to spew hate and salt and all that. But this young lady is actually putting her face to the camera and actually talking to the men and trying to reach a common ground. And I can respect that.
100%.
I respect that she's cammed up and she's not hiding behind an avatar.
If you ain't got your big girl, your big girl drawers on, just shut up, stop typing.
She came onto the panel. She's cammed up. She's got a smile on her face. She's not being disrespectful. She's not cursing.
Fantastic.
So I respect her for that.
Yeah, I respect her. I respect this young lady for that. I respect her for that.
Yep. All right. So, Wrench, you had a question, brother. Go for it.
Yes, sir. To the sister, this is a serious question, or rather a serious statement. I'm in Dallas also, just like you in Austin, and we talked about the sex trafficking thing, right? Mm-hmm. A man doesn't have to earn 6 figures to protect you from that, and this is coming from a guy who earns well over that. So don't overlook the guys who may not be at 200,000, who may not even be at 100,000. But there's more to a man than just his wallet. Mm-hmm. That would be mine.
To answer, to give an answer to your statement, I do fully agree with that. And in the beginning, I said that if I meet a man that I like that does not meet the standards, if he is willing to learn to grow from his standards, because like I said, I'm not settled in my standards. So if you're settled in your standards of making less than me, I'm not going to be okay with that because I'm not even okay with how much I'm making. So if I meet somebody that's making less than me and I can get them in a position to make more than me or equal to the same amount as me, I will do that.
So what if
How do
he's
you feel
good with his
about
60,000?
when you go on a date with these guys? Do you ever think about? Please be honest, all right? Do you think about, okay, this might be the father of my children? What kind of man is going to raise my boys to be men? That's way more important than him making $200,000 a year. You
I
got a
agree.
lot of fucking assholes out there who make a grip, but they're lousy fathers. But he's paid.
Yes,
So
sir.
do you
Yes,
do you
sir.
think about that? Be honest. It's okay to say no.
I
I'm just
do.
wondering,
No,
do
I
you
do.
really think about that?
I do. I largely
I
think
feel
about
like,
that.
but do you look at it from a perspective of, okay, he's not making 200,000, but he's making at least 100,000, or would you settle for a guy who is making, say 65,000? Maybe he's not quite at your level. He's just going to stay there the rest of his life because he's happy with what he does, and that is his mission in life. That's just who he wants to be. But this is a great guy who will stick by you, cover 50% of the bills, and you guys work and combined with your 60, that's 135,000, right? But this is a phenomenal guy.
Well-rounded history teacher.
I think that's a no.
I know y'all can tell from my face. I'm sorry. Like, for example, whenever, Marcus, when you said that you didn't care how much I make, the only reason why I'm like that is because, like I said, it's from my own environment upbringing. My dad made more money than my mom at one point, and he had a stroke. Whenever he had a stroke, he lost his job. My mom had to step up, take care of the house, take care of the kids. That is the environment I've grown up in. So I've been known to have money and also take care of my husband because anything could happen.
Well, nowadays men have disability insurance. Like I was married to an American Black woman for over 21 years. I had regular health insurance, I had disability insurance. So if God forbid something happened to me, she wouldn't do without. And the fact that you said that your mother stepped up and took care of the household when your father fell ill, she didn't leave that man. Do you see yourself doing the same thing?
Yes.
All right, let me rephrase. Do you see? Yeah, I'll just keep it on you. I'm not going to talk about women you don't know, but you get with the man. Say you meet the guy who's making 200K a year. You're good to go. Okay. Something happens to him. He's got disability insurance. He can still take care of you. Are you still going to respect that man, even though he's hurt, he's bedridden? Are you still going to respect him? Or are you going to start shopping, looking for the next guy, for the next come up? Because that's how we American men look at American women as a whole. Not you specifically, but
yeah,
I've gotten to the point now that I still like Black women. I just like them outside of Matrix America. I just can't get with another American woman. I can't. It's not worth the heartache. It's not worth the getting my blood pressure up. It's not. It's a waste of my time. It really is. They play too many games. Austin's 23 years old. I'm more than twice his age. Okay, you got women my age playing the same game. They're in their 40s and 50s playing the same game like they're 23 in America.
We got women older.
I'm gonna take his slogan. It's that bad, Abigail. It's that bad.
Now, I have a follow-up.
Really, we have to be proactive about this. Everybody's not going to be sitting there wasting their time. I have grown nephews who are Austin's age. I tell them all, get a remote job. If you can't work overseas, try to get a remote job and leave these American women alone. I don't want them trying to get with them. I'm not harping on you. I'm not judging you specifically, but I'm saying as a whole, it is that bad. It's ridiculous what a man's got to go through just to talk to a woman, just to flirt with her. It's silly. I go to another country. It's smooth. It's smooth. I don't get all this pushback. I got to make 200,000. I got to do this. They don't give a fuck about all that. All they care about is I'm treating them decently. I'm respectful. I'm handling my business. I treat them like a woman. That's all they care about. I come back to the States. What the fuck, man? We got to deal with all this bullshit. We're tired of it. So I recommend you tell your girlfriends, your homegirls to get their act together because they're going to get left behind. I'm very serious. It's that bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stole your thing there, Austin. Sorry about that. It is that bad.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
I have one more question, right? Here's the thing. Let's say, okay, I shot 5,000 below your current income. Let's say this guy makes 88,000, and that's how much he's going to make the rest of his life, right? That's it. Nothing more. He's never going to get a dime over, right? You settle for that guy?
The thing is, naturally,
you see, here's the thing. Here's the reason why I ask you that, right? Because that man is making more than 50% of households. That means there's 50% of households out there earning 87,000 between a man and a woman, and this guy makes it himself, and you're not willing to settle for that. That is ludicrous to me.
Let me add something to what she's saying.
3 years ago, I was making
Miss Abigail.
Miss
Abigail. Is it okay if I ask you a question?
There's a lot of people talking right now.
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna mute up. Go on.
Who's talking first?
Okay, Miss Abigail, is it okay if I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right. Now, America has it that a woman making 100 grand versus her boyfriend making 60 grand is settling for him. Now, let me create a scenario for you. All right. Men are very frugal with their money. We invest in futures, where women invest in vanity. This is why a woman making $100,000 versus a man making $60,000. A man making $60,000 probably got 33 to 37% more money in the bank than she does. So, with that being said, why is women so stuck on how much a man makes versus how much she makes when a man offers structure, guidance, stability in a relationship that she knows nothing about? This is the purpose that a woman needs a man. I can make $100,000 a year. You can make $200,000 a year, and you will still never have the net worth that I have. After the bill's paid, you'd probably have $10,000 if you're lucky. After the bill's paid, and with my investments and all that, I would double, triple, or quadruple my net worth because I invest in future where you invest in vanity.
I have something I want to add on to that.
And that is a fact.
Then not even that. To me, it's just kind of wild, right? Because there's 50% of the population that's figuring out how to make it by on 87,000 a year. But a single man, that's between a man and a woman. They're both working towards that. And that's how much they're making on average, 50% of households in this country. But that's not good enough for you when one man is doing that. And then you're also contributing that. And it's like, it's almost as if you have this perspective that you couldn't raise a family on that, which is
wild.
Wrong.
Wild.
Let me add something to that. So what I've seen with females is like after they get a degree and they start making a lot of money, they want to get like a trophy husband that is like 6 feet tall who makes six figures, so that way they can kind of like brag to their friends that after they got their degree, they got their money, they got a dude who also is 6 feet tall. It's kind of like a competition amongst females.
Meanwhile, being obese themselves, you can't make this up.
One thing is,
you can't make this up.
Aaron Clary, who's in the Red Pill community, and he wrote a book called Bachelor Pad Economics. He talks a lot about numbers. And he says that women always ask him, how do I find a rich man? More often, they don't want a rich man. They want a man who spends money. Because a man that's wealthy, you wouldn't know he's wealthy because he doesn't spend his money. Whereas a guy who blows his money, he'll have the Ferrari, have the nice clothes, he'll have the watch. He has things. He doesn't have wealth. And so I always ask women, do you want a man who's wealthy or a man who blows money? Because invariably, the female nature, this is not a ding on you, the female nature is for a man to blow his assets on a woman. It's a shift of income. a moving of resources from the male to the female. And there are men that will do that, like they say in Texas, big hat, no cattle. The Cowboys walked in with the biggest hat, had no cattle whatsoever.
Yes, sir, because women invest in vanity.
Let me read these super chats really quick, and then I'm going to ask you a question. Your income is irrelevant because your employer will leave you before the man leaves you. Cat women in the making. 70K a year without debt is better than 100K a year with 300,000 in debt. Is not a plus. Let's see. Might have one or two more. America is a consumer culture where everyone lives above their means. I would totally agree. So this is kind of a little off topic from where y'all got, because I know y'all on finances. Would you say that the average man, the average American man, is putting in low effort to the average woman he's interested in, like a lot of women say? Would you say that?
Yeah, I would.
I would agree.
You would agree that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a lot of people that are in my Facebook group, not all of them, but a lot of these men that are traveling are average men. Might not be, let's say they're average men. These men they also speak different. They have learned another language to communicate with women because they don't want to deal with y'all. Do you call that low effort? Would you learn another language to speak to a man?
No, upon average.
Would I learn another language to speak to a man? If we had a
no,
language
upon average.
If we had a language.
Go ahead.
What difference is?
That's a simple yes or no, Abigail.
Yeah, but what kind of language?
Man. Yes or no?
Okay, yes. Thank you.
No.
You would learn another language to speak to a man.
No, she wouldn't. No.
Because I give a good amount of effort because I was tired of dealing with women in the United States, and I put in a lot of effort. So far this year, I've taken about 4 weeks off of work, and it's about to be another probably 10 or 11. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of financial planning. Last year, I didn't speak Portuguese. Now I speak Portuguese. That's a lot of effort. So it's kind of insulting when I hear a woman say that we don't put in effort. Yet I have learned a whole nother language.
I feel like
5,000 miles.
But we know what that is, right? That's shaming. That's insult. That's guilt. That's the sign language that women like to.
Yeah, but Auston put in that effort. He asked that question: are we putting in effort? He meant for American women, but he's meeting women in South America, specifically Colombia and Brazil. He's put in the effort to learn another language. That's different because he's getting something back. He's getting a return on his investment. He's ROI.
And we know why American women do that. You know, essentially just sign language and guilt and men because we're not blowing our money on them. It's low effort because we're not spending it on them.
Exactly.
Right. That's
we just switched. We switched the playing field. We're not playing in this stadium anymore. We're going overseas where we get something back on our investment, and it's a cliche, but we're getting more bang for our buck. Basically, what
so
it is.
Abigail, I think that's the point that Austin's getting to. You know, we have a lot of women here who don't even want to try to meet the bar that men in their own country want. The men, the only men that even achieve their standards in the global system, there aren't any other men. It's far less than 1% of men throughout all the other countries in the world that can even meet our standards if they're not a Western country. If they can't even reach our income. And these women in the United States don't even want to know, what it is that their own men require when we're the only ones that can achieve what they want. And it's insane.
Really, they're only going to acknowledge or miss us when we're gone. Once we're all gone, because I'm a baby boomer, so I've been gone. But people like Auston, he's my nephew's age. Generation Z, they're already checking out. So the ladies, the onus is on you to change your ways, not us, because we're already gone.
Let me add something.
I don't think
into the game and retain. I mean, you guys have to make the change, not us. You.
I don't think that the average American man has unrealistic standards like the average American woman does in this system, in this country. We're not holding those standards. You know, we ask you here plenty of and pretty damn good questions, and I think you've done a good job at showing that even your own standards are pretty ridiculously high, right? And I pulled up data from the Census Bureau and used the words that you told me to fill out that form, which you can go look up the delusion calculator. It's a thing, you know. They use Census Bureau data, and if you want a man who's, you know, black man who's all of those things you mentioned, you know the percent, right? But somehow a lot of black American women want to make it seem like that American men aren't putting in the effort when the system only has, you know, the slots open for certain men to be as successful as they're stating they want these men to be, and everybody can't do it. Everybody can't do it. So if your standards are so high, I think the best thing to do is get a cat, right? Because there's a high likelihood that the man you want just isn't going to choose you.
Let me add something to that.
Picked by those men. And I don't say it to be mean. That's just the harsh reality.
I want to add something to that. So I've noticed black females, African females who are in the United States, once they don't date a black man, usually they lower their standards. So I work in clubs.
Yes.
I work in different places where I see a bunch of like mixed people. I work in a Latin club, so I see a bunch of mixed people. And every time I see a black female with like a non-black man, usually the guy's not 6 feet tall. Most of the time, sometimes he is. Most times he's not.
How old are those women on average? Do you notice that they're in their mid-30s? Because I notice a lot. I noticed that quite a bit.
No, it's even in their 20s.
So even in their 20s, I see a bunch of 30-year-olds as well. But I see a bunch of like 20 to like
I've even
40.
seen black teenager women running around with dusty white boys.
Even Asian men.
Their nose up.
Scrawny.
College black men.
Man.
Bruh, stop it. I've seen it over and over again. Over and over again. It's a fact.
Let me read these super chats real quick. We're about to wrap up in about 5 minutes. And then we'll be back another time soon later this week. Don Levon says, and the women in Brazil and Colombia are learning English, putting in effort. Ask her if she wants a mythical, legendary 6-figure earner. Is she okay? We already asked that one. Is she okay sharing this so-called successful man? We asked that one too already. Both of those are no. You can't have it all. A man who is faithful is average. A high earner comes with a cost. I'm not Captain Save Anything, but don't badger the witness until we get the answer we want, of course. Jokes, maybe, of course. I like that we have so many folks up here spreading knowledge. Absolutely. That is it. So let's get some of the last thoughts out. We'll wrap up in 5 minutes.
Just a final thought here. It's just, you know, the thing, Abigail, is you got to realize the men you're competing for, majority of the female population wants that same man and are in his inbox. Just realize that if you think you're not going to compete for that man, you're delusional. You're going to compete. You're going to have to compete, because if you don't compete, he's not going to choose you. And that's just my best advice, because you want that guy. You want to be happy. You're going to have to compete. I know a lot of American women like to believe that they're not going to have to compete. I don't know why. You know, but that man has the choice on, he's going to make the choice on who he settles with. And I highly doubt that man is not going to choose someone who's not trying to stand out.
Yeah.
That's just,
I see a lot of the chicks that black females want. Usually they're with like a Latin chick. I've already said it multiple times. I work in a really, high dense area. So I see a bunch of like interracial couples, and usually the guy that the black girls like is usually with like a mixed chick, or like mostly like a Latin or Asian chick, and they're also really attractive as well. So they have to pick up the litter.
So
what I would say,
go ahead.
What I would say is to Miss Abigail is, first of all, excellent job on having the conversation back and forth, and shout out to all the brothers for not flying off of the handle and dirtying up the message, right? But what I would say after you get off this live, your phone is probably going to be blowing up, and your friends are going to try to reset everything that you've heard. But I think for most of us, we care about the culture, and not just Black culture, American culture. We care about the culture because we have brothers, sons, nephews, little cousins. So take what you've heard into consideration, and if it's still hard to digest and it's still hard to believe, then put it to the test. See if you get further with sugar than shit with the guy that you're with right now. That would be my feedback. But excellent job on having the conversation across the board. To you, Abigail, and to all of the brothers on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Thanks.
Wilson.
Remember, you were the only woman that showed up that I invited.
I love her and respect her for it.
American women have flaked on me to the max.
I have to give her props for that.
White American men are going through the same thing in the USA. We got to stay together as one, brothers, as it's a USA culture issue in Colombia here.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get on this panel. Like, I did not have a plan to call in again, as I called in earlier, but I just felt that I wanted you, Abigail, to hear from an outside perspective and not just a local perspective that you're used to possibly hearing. I wanted you also to hear from, someone like me. And I also wanted to touch up on debt. Like, I understand, you probably make more than an average man. That's probably in the 50K, 55K range. But the thing is, I don't know about your situation personally, but average women who make about 10 to 20 grand more per year have a higher debt ratio. As a matter of fact, when you look at school, when you look at colleges, in total, it's $900 billion in debt. And guess the percentage that women hold in that debt ratio. 600 billion.
About 70%.
Yep.
600 billion. Women hold
About
600 billion
70%.
of college debt compared. So
yes, no.
Please.
You can shake your head no, but he's telling the truth.
I think
that is a fact.
The shake of
I mean,
disgust.
it's true. That's just, why would you not be worried about your credit score? Like,
right.
It's not just a credit score thing.
It has nothing to do with credit score.
I'm talking about outstanding debt. It's not
yeah,
just a credit. Yeah,
I mean, for anybody to be okay with that is a problem.
But it's women that hold most of it. And I'm not trying to say this to take shots, but yeah. And I also wanted to let you know that, this social circle is passport brothers. It's not traveling brothers. They're not just going out there traveling, sowing their seed. They're looking, myself included, are looking to relocate and create a legacy. Are there a few people? Possibly. But most of us have the mindset of wanting to, relocate, create a legacy, and not only just create a legacy, but help each other out as well.
Right. I also would mention to that, a lot of women like to say that passport bros are the broke men of America, but that's the furthest thing.
That's not true.
I haven't met too many brothers who have a passport in our circle, in the Facebook group and all that, who isn't someone like me. I'm a software engineer. Plenty of the brothers in the space are IT majors or entrepreneurs. Auston was making six figures as a barber before he did this, and then now his YouTube channel is doing pretty damn good too. On top of that, it's just, these are Henrys, high income earners, not rich yet, who are attracted and who are leaving and just saying we're done. And that should be a major red flag to women in America today.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what my brother Will said, men, we do skill trades. We make six figures cutting hair, doing lawn care, working on cars like mechanically, doing auto body and paint, doing road construction. We make six figures doing just about anything, and we don't pay $25,000 a year going to a university. And this is why we don't have the debt that you have.
Which affects your network, which affects
Exactly. That's the reason I was asking the young lady like 20 minutes ago,
If you made $75,000 a year, I made $50,000 a year. I'm still better off than you because I don't have your debt.
It's
I
not
got
what
more
you make,
money than
what
you in the
spend.
bank because I don't have your debt. I'm not a single father. I don't have kids at all. I'm not a single mother. That's a plus. So
You're not
that
married.
goes back to the question that I asked. How is it in America that 64% of black men are middle class or higher, and you call yourself settling? I have to know the answer to that question. I just have to know.
If I'm talking from my own perspective, I don't know
Yes,
what
your
debt
own
is
perspective.
about, but I don't have debt. I actually have a pretty good credit score and a pretty good job. So if you're coming directly towards me of saying that you have less debt than me, like you said with your words, I don't have debt if you're answering that question. So if I'm settling with a man that does have debt, it's a settlement.
And
The men
it's
don't
interesting you
have
mentioned that because I was married 22 years to a Black American woman, and women have come to me to get married, and I say I do not marry anybody with, I do not commit or marry anyone with debt. Oh, that's so harsh. And I tell them, well, guess what? I will not marry somebody as long as I have debt. Big secret, I don't have any, but it's just, oh, that's much more fair. It's all how I send the message to the females, knowing that they're in debt. I take them to Capitol Grill, get them a prime rib, smash and dash. I don't hear from them anymore.
Yeah.
So
I'm
Miss
the
Abigail,
devil, right?
All right, fellas.
So Miss
I
Abigail,
appreciate you guys. I think I want to give Austin. I'm pretty sure you want to wrap this up,
Yep,
right?
please.
So,
Yeah, let me read this.
let's.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, go for it. If there's some more super chats, and then let's give Abigail the last word and just wrap it up there.
Yeah, let's let's read this last super chat. Extra support for software engineers, security IT, and IT in general. Get your remote jobs. I appreciate that. I'm a software engineer, front end freelancing, making high six figures, and I got my passport last week. Colombia, here I come. So that's more proof that we got some of the good ones leaving. But we want to ask you a question, and you answer this question, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Did you learn anything from today's panel today?
That American women are a different level than I knew. Because, like I said, from my perspective of the parents that I were raised with, like I was raised with a loving household woman that whenever something happened with her husband, she took over and still was a loving woman. So, I mean, that's the same personality that I have when it comes to dating. But I know a lot of women are not like that. And I've seen it with my eyes. I've seen women that go month to month living in apartments, but they only want to date rich men that are like 40 years old, 50 years old, and they're 20 years old with no degree. I've seen that. I've told them, you cannot choose a man's bummy level and you're bummy. That makes no sense.
Exactly. I mean, I
But
get it.
that's just from my perspective because, like I said, from it matters the upbringing. My upbringing is a Nigerian upbringing. I have a foreign upbringing in an American world. So I compare those two things to what I want to bring into my own family when it forms.
So Miss Abigail, on a perspective of sexual marketplace, do you see the American woman as a lower level than you, equal level than you, or higher level than you?
The only reason why I would say lower is because plastic surgery is so popular in America when it comes to trying to look like somebody you're not, that I've just personally me, I've never thought about having plastic surgery. But if I say that to the average American girl, they will be insulted.
All right, I'm gonna get the final word here because we're not carrying on from this point on. Just to answer that question, and this isn't to even simp. I didn't get too much of a masculine feel from you. I would say you're pretty damn feminine. You're able to listen, take information, and dissect it. And, you know, just for that alone and your level of femininity, you stand out amongst, you know, American. American women are just very distasteful. They can't have this level of decorum and even the ability to have this conversation. Brothers, we appreciate you all coming on, but I think, you know, we're going to end it there. You know,
Yes, sir.
Amazing panel. Shout outs to the chat room gang. Mods, one more time, just leave the Facebook group, Discord link, you know, one final time, and we appreciate you all being on.
Thanks,
All right.
Austin.
Meeting
Thanks,
everybody.
Willie.
Thanks a lot. Keep up
Thanks,
the good work,
folks.
See y'all
fellas.
next time.
I would just like to give one more credit to Abigail, is that it's not the plastic surgery. Where you got American women beat is humility. And that is the most important thing to a man. Humility. It's the most important thing that you can offer a man is humility.
Thank you, Abigail, for
All
your
right.
decorum.
We'll see y'all next time. I'll be back probably Friday for sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Take care.
gentlemen.
All right.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.